Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Jeez. 7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Come on in. The water is warm on a program, Doug, that you said, let's have a Sadie Hawkins discussion on the air because I don't even know where to begin.
You don't?
With the lead.
Okay. Well, it could be one of many things.
That's why the Sadie Hawkins is going to be so fun. The Blues picking up points left and right. How do you do, St. Louis Blues?
Oh, okay.
Missouri and Jackson, who still has tears in his eyes from his trip to Columbia, Missouri on Saturday morning. ILL with the backdoor cover on Friday night. Oh, and the Billikens with a Sunday charge of their own on a Saturday evening. I see it in the dossier listed in the 6th segment. But that must have been a mistype because the Doggies won last night 3-0. And Roman Burkey might not give up a goal.
None yet.
All
None so
season.
far. No. None so
And
far.
then St. Gabriel's winning 2 city championship.
There's the lead.
Stunning.
Yesterday.
Stunning.
And my sources tell me one was lost on a buzzer beater. Otherwise, it would have been a 3-for, which I think is unprecedented in CYC basketball. But we'll be joined by Cal Kennedy or Fungo to elaborate on that, Doug. So
when they lose on a buzzer beater, do they go to a video review at St. Gabe's and wave it off?
Somehow I saw that. Someone posted the shot. A shot
Dear
from the
God.
corner.
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
I'm being dead serious.
Posted like where?
I don't know if it was Instagram or Facebook or one of those.
God.
The shot from the corner that bounced around and in at the
Mark,
buzzer.
did you cover this on the 2-5?
They look like they were
Now I
fourth
feel
or,
like we missed out.
fourth or fifth graders, so clearly that's the lead. That's what it looked like.
I guess, so it is the lead. Martin, there it
Yeah.
is. That is the lead.
All right.
I love it.
Yeah, it was a nice shot from the corner. It's one of those, no, don't take that. Oh, yes, we win.
Is it possible that Billikens could get on a run, win 4 straight? I say they can. Look at the top 3. Scoring, they don't need depth. These guys are assassins. But first, St. Gabe's.
For you.
That's good.
I have to tell you, I am going to bet the Pelicans to win the A-10 tournament.
Oh, you are?
I am. I legitimately am.
Well, they're hot, and you know what happens when you get hot?
What?
You can win this baby.
They hand you a baby?
They do. That's
Jim Nance is there.
Like one.
That's exactly right. Harrison's brother Master is adamant. No college hoops.
Oh. Well, I didn't realize Jackson was going to the game.
Yeah, fight Tiger.
You went to the game?
I think it was discussed
it
on
sounds
the
like
air.
it sounds like the
forgot
lead
it.
has been determined.
Was it not discussed on the air?
Yeah.
Was Doug sitting right there?
I didn't hear much talk about it.
Doug, I don't know if Doug hasn't probably watched Severance, but I imagine he has a Severance situation where as soon as he leaves this room, he forgets everything that happened over the
Something
last
like
4
that.
I
hours.
enjoy that.
Yeah, and vice versa. So I don't blame him for not remembering that. I forgot that St. Gabe's was on a quest for titles.
Or you would have stayed home and
Always on
gone
a
to
quest
those.
for titles.
I know, and that's on me. That's on me for forgetting. Just
Somebody sniped a
forget some
shot
things.
somewhere I saw, and I was like, the banners in that building, it is insane. Are they from third or fourth place?
It's
or are they-
Boston Garden.
Wow.
Yeah.
Some are from like board games that they won. There was a Parcheesi championship up there.
Shoots and ladders,
Yes.
first place.
Yeah.
Well,
Look
Jimmy
at
Cruz,
Carol.
don't let me down, Jimmy. I got you beating Louisville.
The Bridgeton landfill fume huffer is in the YouTube chat, which is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. SLU needing OT to beat Duquesne and having to win 3 straight to make it isn't up.
Isn't up what?
I don't know. I just read what's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
He's saying that's not what's up. You know how people say, Doug, what's up?
Yeah.
That's not what's up.
Okay, I don't care for that kind of speech.
So what is the lead?
I guess it's the Blues.
Oh, passionate.
So a team that's played really well, and he just sounds like dismissive.
Well, I didn't want to break your heart about the St. Gabe's thing. I was just kind of letting you down easy.
I think I'm gonna agree. The Blues, Doug, are coming tra-la.
Well, I'd say, yeah, still just a point back.
I think the fact that they didn't make any deals, that Shen's still here, Bennington's still here after all the discussion, Army stands pat.
Did you watch Doug Armstrong's press conference on Friday?
I did not.
Okay. Anybody, Doug? Did
No.
I heard some snippets.
you? Feeling very confident. I don't need to ask Jackson.
Missed it.
Yeah. My read is they had a deal to trade Shen, and Shen just said, I'm not going to go. That's my read. Could be wrong on that, but that is my read. And hey, that's consistent with what Andy Strickland said when he was in studio with us, that he let him know he most likely wasn't going to go anywhere. But Jeremy Rutherford specifically asked if individual players had expressed, and he said he didn't want to go into individual players' situations. He hasn't done that in the past, and he's not going to do that now. So, hey, Braden Shen didn't want to go. Braden Shen's in here. That night, he goes out and scores, and the Blues beat the Ducks on Friday. And as odd as it is to go on this streak that they've gone on, I actually think the 1 point they picked up on Saturday night against the Kings might be the most impressive of the lot. 3 games in 4 nights. You're down Parayko. You're down. Fowler was out because his wife was giving birth. And the Kings were sitting around waiting for him in the midst of their skid. The Blues had to play the night before in Anaheim. Again, 3 games in 4 nights. Joel Hofer's out there. They had a goal waved off super early in the game. Bunch of things going against them. And they grind and they grind and they grind and you get that point. So from that standpoint, yes, it was a loss. But if you consider all of the factors involved, it was pretty damn impressive. I mean, getting 5 of 6 points out there and you lose Parayko. So he's only out there for one of those games. Super impressive.
I feel like Hofer had been a little shaky, too. You've been leaning on Binnington a ton. You needed a game where Hofer would play well because I was starting to lose a little faith in him in the games when they would roll it over to him. Binnington had been stealing games, and that was a game where Hofer got you the point. As you're 6-1-2 since that Four Nations break. I mean, 6-1-2. That's a team that could get hot, Doug, or already. What if they already are hot?
Well, they are hot. That's why we can win this baby.
Okay.
I thought they were pretty fortunate to get that point. You could tell that third period they were out of gas. About 10 minutes or so left in the game. They didn't even try to mount a scoring try. They just sat there and tried to keep the Kings from scoring, dumped the puck to center ice or ice it.
They blocked shot after shot after shot after. It was 23 blocked shots. The hits. I mean, that was so often now I feel like a word that gets tossed around is gritty, and oftentimes it means it was kind of ugly. But that game was synonymous with that term. I mean, it was a hell of a point. Listen, I'm absolutely shorting the market on the Blues making the playoffs, and will be very happy to be wrong should it happen. But that is the kind of game when you're in the situation that they're in, and with the schedule that they're in the midst of. That was a hell of a point to pick up because you lose it in the final few seconds, as we've seen happen when they were in their skid in January and February. That would be kind of be a kick in the midsection to add to the Parayko injury the day before. But instead, they pick up the point. And I'm telling you, I was listening to Kerber's call right at the end. That's not spin. That was an exhale. They picked up the point. Yeah, the Kings got it right away, and the Blues didn't have a good 40 seconds of overtime or whatever it was. But picking up that point carries over the momentum, and then you get a few days off before going to Pittsburgh.
They did block a lot of shots. That tells me they got a lot of guys who aren't afraid to pet the cat the wrong way.
Clip that off. Jackson's trying to take that one in. Jackson, your analysis, what's going on in your inner monologue right now?
Like against the grain? Like a Bond villain?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't understand that at all.
Snag that audio as well.
Well, they're going to upset some apple carts.
Nice. Okay. An apple cart, that's an assist?
No, that means you're just going to knock some things over.
Okay, gotcha. Muck and grind?
Yeah, sure.
Muck and grind.
They're not afraid to pet the cat the wrong way.
I'm going to let that
Think
marinate.
about it.
Okay.
I'm just going to let it marinate.
What a weird road trip, too. You play 4 in a row away from home. They flew back Saturday night, so they get in Sunday at like 4 in the morning.
I'll try.
And then now they're home, Doug. They can settle in, except they're not. They're back out on the road Thursday.
Right.
How bizarre. They're playing like game after game, and then you just sit at home for 5 days.
And don't play.
And then you get on a plane and go back out. I mean, how stupid is that?
Couldn't agree with you more. 3 games, 4 nights, and then nothing until Thursday. But the Four Nations played a role in the weird schedule this year, and so that's what you got, although this is extremely strange. But they need it. You'll take it. And so the Blues will not play until Thursday against the Penguins, and they sit a point back of a playoff spot. Last night, the Canucks lost to the Stars. So Blues and Canucks, both at 69 points, Flames at 70 points, and that's pretty much the focal point for the wild card spot, unless the Wild were to collapse, and they have lost a couple in a row, and the Blues will get them heads up on this trip as they go through Pittsburgh and Minnesota.
They do need a couple days off so that these other teams can play the same number of games. Calgary and Vancouver still have 2 games in hand. So by the time Thursday rolls around, I haven't checked Calgary and Vancouver's schedule. But they may have both played 2 games. The Blues could be anywhere from 1 to 5 points out of the playoffs. So things could look a lot different Thursday than they do now, even though the Blues won't be playing.
And Minnesota is now in that wild card conversation because Colorado is red hot. How about Colorado-Dallas as a first-round series? If you're the Avalanche or the Stars, your team is loaded with talent, and you're like, I got to get a first-round series. If you're Dallas, you're like, we got to beat Colorado. If you're Colorado, we got to beat Dallas in a first-round matchup. one of those two gets bounced, Tim, that kind of opens the door the rest of the way for your
Doug
note
to win the baby.
Yes.
Sharon in Clayton is active in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. I think she's in Sanibel, though, right now. Leave your team for the birth of your kid? That's what FaceTime is for.
Oh.
Be a pro and time your pregnancies for the offseason. Tired of it.
Now, that's a hot take.
In Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan for the nice weather months of Michigan.
So she's mad at Cam Fowler.
Yeah,
Do you think they would have made the trade if they realized the baby was coming at this time?
You think so?
Maybe. What happens if that goes on like in the playoffs? Do you still leave? If it's a Stanley Cup
I feel
final?
like it's for sure happened before, like something like that.
It's got to have.
I think you do.
Yeah. You still leave?
That's
Only got one shot at the cup. You can have another kid.
Yeah.
it's a conundrum. I guess it's probably player by player.
So if you're going to time it, it's only a short window where your kids could be born.
I thought the hockey thing was having your kids in January.
I thought Strick taught us that lesson.
Some sort of like arrangement. I don't know.
Every effing year, Arch Madness screws the Blues schedule in early March. It's from the 314s of the Missouri Valley takes heat in the air.
Now, they do vacate the building to be good tenants to help out the Valley, but I don't understand this week. As far as I know, the Valley is packed up and left, and yet the Blues won't be home till next Sunday. 15 days in between home games.
Is there something else going on at Enterprise this week?
Yeah.
Disney on Ice or something?
Yeah.
Probably. Concert?
You ever go to Disney on Ice, Doug?
Sure.
Loved every second of it.
Doug, Vancouver plays Tuesday night, in case you're wondering. Calgary plays Wednesday night.
Okay.
Vancouver and Calgary play each other. Get involved on the program. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. That's how you can get involved on the program. And you can also email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which wraps up the program at 10:50. On our Stiefel dossier today, Chris Kerber for the 101 ESPN Blues hit at 8:15. And then at 9 o'clock, the Colonel will join us and talk it over regarding Missouri's, Doug, you call it a death spiral?
I've never said that.
It's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James Carlton is online at carltoninsurance.net. 415 5-star reviews for James. He's my insurance agent. He has been for the last 6 years, and I recommend him to you. There is a very good chance your insurance went up year over year. A phone call to James Carlton would let you know real quickly whether or not they can save you money, and I would bet you this, there's a very good chance that they can. The customer service they practice is second to none. Online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Doug, there are 3 concerts this week. That's from the Pensacola Porpoise.
Are there really?
It's an active, the Pensacola Porpoise, I guess, runs the building and has checked in and lets us know that in addition to the Missouri Valley tournament, you also have 3 concerts this week.
Yeah. It's a busy building.
You guys want to take a guess on the concerts?
Initials, please.
First one I think you can get, MJB.
MJB. Mitchell James Bennington? Who's that?
It's like his godfather. I'm on the same schedule. I will recuse myself from answering.
Good on you.
MJB. Mary Jane Blige.
Yeah.
Like that. Mount Rushmore of Mary J. Blige songs.
I don't know.
Performed with U2 at the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Oh, did she
Right?
really?
Wasn't she part of that? Or no, I'm sorry. Their rendition. She has done a rendition of the song One separately from that, but they did one at that Super Bowl.
Friday is comedian Gabriel Iglesias. And then Saturday is Toby Mac. I don't know who Toby Mac is.
I don't know who those last 2
Why are you
guys
going to gloss over the fact that the Gabriel Iglesias show on Friday, Tim, is the Don't Worry, Be Fluffy tour.
That's his thing. It's called Fluffy.
Don't worry, be fluffy.
I've not heard of him, but he must be big to get the Enterprise Center.
Yeah, he's been around. He had like a big Netflix run where people were, his specials on Netflix always did really big
This is when you need
numbers.
Brett Hull to chime in on the schedule. Jesus, kidding. We got a home game. We got some fluffy guy taking up the building.
The ice sucks.
Classic Mizzou. If you've been a fan long enough, you understand the heart breaks par for the course. That's from producer Joe's ass scab.
Oh.
It's too visual.
Jackson, you were in the building on Saturday?
Yes. Yeah.
Who'd you go down there with?
I was meeting my buddy who lives up there.
Oh, Oatmeal.
No, not Oatmeal. No, different guy. But
It was Herb, Doug?
Why won't you just tell us the name?
Because it's not. He's just a
So
guy.
cryptic.
He's my buddy. I don't
There's
need
something secretive going on,
Yeah,
isn't there?
anything's going on.
I don't know. Maybe we should just leave it alone.
All right, how about you name full government all of your friends that you hung out with over the weekend? Just start
Full government.
Yeah, just start naming those off.
Instead of full government name, it's just full government.
Why I didn't go to the Mizzou game with any of them.
Right. Well, clearly.
Saw Peter C. Palumbo. I saw Matthew Salaberry. I was at the Golden Hoosier, Tim, watching Marquette basketball on Saturday. Those are a couple of government names for you.
A tough one for your...
That was tough. But go ahead, Jackson.
He's player of the year. He pulls from distance. Missed it. Russ with a rebound. Taken away. Wiltshire to Edgefor. St. John's at the buzzer.
Sorry, Mark.
Oh, that audio you had ready. Okay. How often, Doug, do you want a clip of audio,
You
Jackson?
simply can't get it.
That one was played without even being asked for.
Boy, Marquette losing in overtime at the buzzer. Jackson has it at the ready. Is that a diversionary tag? We were talking
Missouri, and then he went bright, shiny light, Martin.
Maybe. I was just trying to get away from the full government, my buddy. No, I just went up there early morning, left on Saturday morning, and it was for the 11 a.m. tip. Energy was there. Performance was not.
What's going on, Jackson?
What's going on? It's just, I don't know what happened.
He's in a dark place. That's why we started talking Marquette buzzer beaters.
I don't know how things have changed so much. Like, what happened? What happened? Where,
So
what
do you think it is?
It was that Alabama win. They went nuts over that. They start doing the shh. Don't
they've been
say
doing
anything.
that, but they've been doing that forever.
I know, but they kind of peaked that day. They got impressed
might
with
be-
themselves.
I don't know. Don't you think that's kind of like
You don't like that
takey
take?
nonsense?
I can
You
tell.
don't like
I
that
can
take.
tell.
Like the idea, like you're
Wow, you were pretty direct. Don't you think that's takey nonsense?
Yeah.
You just got called takey
No, but
nonsense.
like the
Are
thing
you
where it's like-
changing your name to takey nonsense?
they're reading their own press clippings. Like these guys are.
Well, there's something to being overconfident, thinking you can just show up and you're going to win. You don't have to keep fighting as hard as you did to get where you were.
Yeah, I mean, where I think we don't know like what the pregame preparation is or practice week by week, but it just seems like like they kind of peaked, and now it'd be one thing if they had like lost in like a buzzer beater and they had played well, but like their defense was a little better on Saturday, but they couldn't hit a shot to save their life. Like it was like there was a lid on the rim.
It was so noticeable, and it kind of was what I thought was going to happen. And it's so funny because you said on the show the first 6 minutes will tell you.
Yeah.
And the first 6 minutes defensively, Kentucky couldn't get a good look. They were shooting mid-range jumpers. But Missouri, on the other end, couldn't capitalize on the opportunity that their defense was providing them to build a big lead, kind of like what they were able to do, for example, against Kansas and against Alabama. But this time they weren't able to convert the offensive opportunities. And then Kentucky hits a three with like a tenth of a second left on the shot clock, and they just went off from that point forward. The fact that that game wound up covering the over, if you take a look at what the math was, with how slow both offenses started, and again, I think part of that is because of the caliber of Missouri's commitment defense early on, speaks to how hot Kentucky got offensively. But that's why I probably will dig into some of these numbers on what's going on with Missouri. Is it their defense, or are they running into some teams that have just gotten red hot offensively? Because, again, Kentucky got red hot. Kentucky's a great team. Oklahoma getting red hot offensively is a totally different conversation. Kentucky scoring a bunch of points doesn't surprise you. So the one thing, if I would isolate in on a player's performance, Tamar Bates has gone from being one of the go-to guys to borderline invisible.
Yeah, he's too passive. I mean, he's a true three-level scorer. He's a guy.
A three-level scorer, and I can tell you don't like that.
No.
Now, you think that's takey nonsense.
Three-level. That is takey nonsense.
Effective from deep.
Three-level scorer.
Effective from deep, can create his own shot in the mid-range and
Why
can
do you
finish
say
at the
level?
rim.
Mouse in the house.
Three-level. There's the three-pointer mid-range at the basket.
Can't
The
they
three
all do
levels.
that?
Some guys are more effective just going right to the rack. Some guys are just like Caleb Grills is kind of a shooter. Some guys can create their own shot and be a three-level scorer. And Tamar Bates is one of them. And I actually liked in the first half he was looking for his shot way more, even though it wasn't falling. But yeah, he's been too passive. There've been a bunch of guys too passive. Anthony Robinson should be going out there and shooting a bunch more shots. It was just a poor performance left and right. Like,
Doug, do you think that maybe bracketology got under their skin? The fact they have to go to the fact that they have to go to Seattle, and we're like kind of
We don't know that.
Don't you think the travel?
We can go to Wichita.
They're worried about the travel.
Yeah.
West Coast travel.
On a bracketology that's all made up.
That's
Takey nonsense.
There you go.
Taking
nonsense.
Wow, is that taken?
Yeah, it was very. Just the energy was there. Like people were so ready for Mizzou to have a great game and go into the SEC tournament with some confidence and the big dance with some confidence. And it's just like, man, you just fall flat on your face. And in fairness, Kentucky did get red hot from deep, so it's a little less concerning defensively than like the Oklahoma game where they were just scoring at the basket
easy
at will.
baskets against Oklahoma. That was a different deal. Or for Oklahoma when Missouri played against Oklahoma is what I was attempting to say. For the record, the bracketology has been updated. Missouri now taking on McNeese.
Oh, gosh.
And if they are able to get past them, they will take on Maryland. But now Maryland has to play Whale. So Missouri still could wind up playing Whale if Maryland gets defeated in the 4-13, and that'll be in Providence.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
And that game is coming up here, I guess, a week from Thursday.
We don't know when it is.
And
this bracketology, they got Missouri a 5 or a 6 seed.
5 seed. But keep in mind this. At the bottom half of the same bracket, Illinois, a Georgian Illinois team is a 6 seed, a very dangerous 6 seed. And they could wind up playing Missouri for the right to go to the Final Four in San Francisco.
Doug's not buying it.
That'd be great. How cool would that be?
I thought it was in San Antonio. Is it San Francisco?
San Antonio is where the Final Four is.
You got to pay attention
I thought
to the
that's what you
bracketology.
said.
San Francisco, the right to go to the Final Four. Not to go, but the right to go.
Okay.
Which they always say.
So it's the travel that they're worried about, and this is why they're having
sabotaging
problems
it?
on the.
They're sabotaging it?
This is
guess.
strategic. I truly, if I could isolate, I'm trying to think of like one thing majorly that I could isolate it on.
What?
It's that they're no longer creating a bunch of turnovers defensively, which is a great way that they score offensively. They get live ball turnovers and score because you can't scheme against a bunch of transition baskets. Like there's not much you can do for that. And they just aren't creating those turnovers defensively and turning it into offense. So they're stuck having to play half-court offense basically the entire game, which is not their strong suit.
Do they not have a good wide base?
Yeah, Did you notice that, Jackson?
Yeah, some about the base. It just doesn't seem like the defensive effort is where it once was. Like there was a play at the end of the game.
He's calling out effort, Martin.
I don't.
And this guy just was offered a scholarship by Dennis Gates, and now he's questioning the effort of his team. What a problem in the room we have now.
I hate doing it because that's like truly like a faux pas.
Takey nonsense.
It's takey nonsense. But
It's columnist fodder.
there's one play
It's like
specifically,
that.
and I'm getting too into the weeds with it, but it was towards the end of the game.
Was this a Josh Gray alley-oop nonsense?
No, but God, you got to finish that.
Oh, my God.
Was not that tall.
The ball's right at the half-court line, and Kentucky's about to have a backcourt violation. He saves the basketball, and the Kentucky player furthest away from the play in the opposite corner goes and gets the ball. 5 Missouri players watch it roll by them. Like right there was a perfect example. And then they knocked down a 3. It was a huge swing, and like right there, it's like you have to get that. Like they were so good at jumping on basketball. It felt like they won every single ball that was on the floor. It just doesn't feel the same way.
0-3 since Dennis Gates followed Jackson on Twitter. When will Jackson take accountability? That's from Mr. Licks.
Yeah, I got to look inward.
How dreadful is it that not only is your team falling apart, but ever since what was the mountaintop for you, Dennis Gates not only offers you a scholarship, but then follows you on Twitter. The team has gone into a death spiral.
I know. Like it's
almost as if
really
the text line scripted this. It could not be better for them.
It like really hurts because like I'm so superstitious, and this happening like.
Yeah, so your girlfriend can't watch games with you. Dennis Gates follows you on Twitter, and the team collapses.
I know. It's like I'm superstitious, and I can't help but look right at the mirror.
What if you blocked him, unfollowed him? Would that help?
I can't imagine.
Can't imagine. So they'll have LSU or Mississippi State on Thursday. Can I get you a win there to feel better? Then it's Florida waiting for you. If I get you 2 wins, you're feeling great, right?
Yeah, 100%.
What if you bow out in that first game, then you're sweating bullets?
Oh, sweet mother of mercy.
Got to get at least
So
one.
you're looking at a 6 or 7 seed.
They just need a putt they need to see a putt go down. That's what it is. Like
Takey nonsense.
they need a win to get their confidence. That's why I thought the Kentucky game was going to be a great example of that, because you get a home game against a good team, great energy, senior night. It would be great, but nope, they fell flat.
Okay.
Did they do the senior send-off before the game?
After.
Oh, I hate that.
What is the deal with that?
I hate that. Majerus used to do that. I'm like, they would go and lose a game, and everybody's depressed. Like, hey, let's celebrate.
Right.
People are leaving the building.
Do you know? Does anyone know I'm crowdsourcing. Does anyone know the reasoning for that?
I think Majerus always said it was too emotional, and that the players, it affected them. He didn't like them doing all that pregame, and then they're emotionally spent.
Yeah.
Parents are there, hugs,
I think
tears.
That could be part of it. You also, if you did it before, you have to start really early beforehand, and maybe they don't want to mess up the routine of how they get ready for games.
I mean, the
like
11 a.m. game doesn't
11,
help.
especially at 11 a.m.
Marquette did it before on an 11 a.m. game on Saturday. It didn't really help them either.
Jackson is Columbia, Missouri's Steve Bartman. That's from a new poll.
Oh, gosh.
God
with my little Walkman, listen to Mike Kelly talk. Yeah, not thrilled. Like, I'm not fired up about it. Like, what am I going to do? Like, DM Dennis Gates, hey, can you unfollow me? I think this is bad luck.
Rescind the scholarship.
Yeah.
If you were
Well,
a
it
true
could be
son,
worse.
you would.
You could be having tax problems.
Yeah. Who would I
Then
call?
at least you'd have Mark Milton to come off the bench and hit a three-pointer.
You're right about that.
He might hit a buzzer-beating three-pointer to get you out of your tax issues. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation, you need to call the guy who can make it right for you. That would be Mark Milton. He's the STL tax lawyer. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the country at what he does, and he now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm just not guilty. I'm with Milty.
You're welcome to...
Remember, I must say this.
Doug's got a disclaimer.
Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Tim, can I ask you a quick question?
I am taking questions. Doug, however, will not.
Not
So the
currently.
Blues wrap up a long week in Southern California. They're 6-1-2 since the break. Missouri is in a spiral. What do you call it? A death spiral. That James Carlton may or may not be able to cover with insurance. Death spirals. We had all of this going on, and the only clip of audio was the Marquette
It is interesting.
loss.
It is interesting.
That's the one bit of audio we had handy this morning. Just checking.
It was like my shield. It was like my defense. It's like, well, I knew all this was coming. If I just heard one mention of Marquette.
You could have gone SIUE, go to the tournament.
Oh, I got that too.
The audio there, but then then you're lifting people up as opposed to targeted tearing down of Martin, who's in the alliance with you. But it seems like that alliance is
Feels
getting
like
a little
we're not
wobbly.
both in NATO anymore.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to fight fire with fire.
Little internal. Friendly fire. Right, I'm sitting right here.
I know. It hurt. It hurt playing it.
Thanks.
Maybe Jackson should formally decline Dennis Gates' scholarship offer. I think the guys feel him coming for their job, so they might be playing a little tight. That's from Marcia's burner.
Yeah, it's true.
You think Tamar Bates is going, Jackson's going to take my job?
This 6 foot, pasty,
They're hearing footsteps.
slower than he looks. Basketball player is really going to take our 20, turning 27 this week. You know,
That's right. Birthday week for Jackson.
Uh-oh.
You started posting on Facebook, hey, it's my birthday week. What should I do? I saw that.
right? Like countdown, like 8 days to my birthday, trying to figure out what
Any
restaurant to
restaurant
go to.
Rex in Belize?
What's the best mozzarella stick in town?
What day is the birthday?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah, how about that? And then we got
Pisces?
Matten's birthday next week, Doug.
Week away.
Lord.
You're Pisces, aren't you, buddy?
Yes,
Oh, all part of the alliance, Tim. We're back.
we're
You
back.
guys
Yeah.
are back?
Yeah.
That's why SLU does it still, Mr. Martin. That's from Brian Henshin. And I guess he's talking about the senior send-off ceremonies.
Doing it beforehand.
It seems more natural.
Did you
to do it
stick
that way.
around for it?
No.
Oh, you were
that's the
out of there.
problem.
Did you bolted. This guy's bad in the room.
I couldn't. There was a bunch of Kentucky fans there.
Oh, did you start chirping
And there was
back and forth?
no. But they started screaming like, "Go Big Blue!" And I was like, I can't listen to this nonsense. I have to leave.
Do you hate Kentucky as much as you hate Tennessee now?
No, I don't hate them as much, but I do hate Kentucky.
But not as much.
Yeah.
Tennessee is just because of the color scheme?
No, just their arrogance and they're just hot stuff. You know, they're like
stuff.
They think they're at the table with Auburn and Bama and Georgia, and they're not. But they'll tell you they are, and they'll reference national championships from like, you know, black and white TV era.
Oh, shot at T. Martin's run.
Yeah, there's that one.
1998.
Yeah,
I
there's
did
that
look
one.
up
And that's
with the SIUE, Edwardsville, I That's redundant. With the Cougars making it to the NCAA tournament, I looked it up because it's their first. The all-time leader, I believe, is Kentucky at 61 tournament trips.
Is that right? 61.
Number 2? Guess, number 2.
UCLA.
I was going to go with North Carolina.
Yes, at 53, followed by...
Kansas?
Yes, Doug's team, Kansas.
It's not my team.
61 appearances.
When was the last time they didn't get in?
Kentucky?
Yeah.
It happened in the last 10 years, right?
Not getting in the tournament?
Yeah, it was the last couple of years.
Sounds right. Yeah, there was one year where they were like super middle of the pack in the SEC.
I stuck around to celebrate the seniors. Jackson is weak-minded. That's from the co-founder of Fairmount Parks Players Club.
Listen, like I said, I wanted to.
Really
but
specific.
There's too many Kentucky fans screaming "Go Big Blue," and I couldn't. I hate that so much. Like in
Well, they
Missouri.
were doing that during Missouri's.
No, but during the game.
Well, yeah. Well, why
Of
wouldn't
course, I get why they did it. I didn't have to be there for it, though. I didn't have to hear it anymore. I heard enough.
After the game, did you hustle off to some speakeasy?
Yeah. Did you go to a cocktail
No.
lounge? Where'd you go?
I was just hanging with my buddy.
Boy, it's so vague. We can't get.
Really? You just can't really get
Well,
any
because any
solid
detail I
advice?
give is then
Why would we know
artillery.
we had lunch or dinner or whatever?
We had a big breakfast, so there was no lunch.
big breakfast.
What did you have for this mysterious breakfast?
It's all going to be artillery.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Artillery, no matter what
I'm
you say.
calculating what I say.
Did you and your buddies just grab a burger or a beer, nothing after?
No,
Okay. You were so depressed.
no, that wasn't why.
Kentucky 4 years ago, 9-16.
Yeah.
That was one of those weird COVID years. But Coach Cal also missed it in 2013, the year after they won the national championship. They missed
Oh, really?
out.
They probably had a couple sick players on that team, if I had to guess.
Well, the realization is hit you guys. Missouri in the NCAA has got one thing going for him. Oh, wait. No, they don't. NCAA choke on that, Jackson. That's from the 314.
Right better than that.
Sick text.
Right better.
Sick text. Really? Good one.
Well, the realization is hit, you guys. Right better than that.
True, son! My ass! That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson, furious with Jackson for leaving.
Yeah, but if I stayed, they'd be like, oh, nerd. You hang around after the game for an hour and a half. Listen,
Well, just to pay tribute to the seniors.
What kind of
nice.
teammate do we have here?
That's the thing is like senior day, like the most tenured player on Mizzou is Aiden Shaw as a junior. Caleb, like these guys have like at most been there 2 years.
Still unpacking.
It's not the
still
same.
Unpacking at their apartment.
Yeah, it's not the same as like when Kim English had senior day. It's just not doesn't have the same.
Jimerson has rental properties all over town.
Right. And these guys, like you
moved
said,
3 times.
yeah, like these guys are living out of their suitcase still.
Jackson, in fairness, I want you to have the opportunity to address this, but we do have a witness report of where Jackson was following the game. After the game, I saw Jackson dancing topless at the Denny's on Rangeline.
Oh, really?
But he was able to pull it off. That's from Shooter McGavin.
I'm more of an IHOP on Business Loop kind of guy.
Part of that big breakfast you
I
had,
like
Grand
to
Slam
dance.
breakfast?
Yeah, is Denny's where you get the Grand Slam?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I will enjoy some fake Jackson sightings the rest of the day on the text
There's
line.
been a lot in the history, my tenure.
There is a gentleman who is adamant that he saw Jackson dancing by himself at Tin Roof downtown, like after opening day game a couple years ago.
No, that was referenced that it was on like my birthday, like that I went down by myself. That I went down by myself and was at Tin Roof.
Where was Sweet Sweet Herb at that moment? I'm just not going to conflate all your friends.
Yeah, oatmeal, herb, sweet guy.
Get involved in the program. Many are already. More than 200 people are in the YouTube chat this morning. YouTube.com/TMASTL, and they're talking it over. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the Air Comfort Service text line, active as the day is long. 314-399-9646. You want to make sure you're on the air, you call the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The Stiefel Dossier features Chris Kerber, 8:15, Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. What an opportunity right now for those of you in the market to improve your home. It's Universal Windows Direct. Tax season's here, and what better way to reinvest in your home than with brand new energy-efficient windows? During Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale, you can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4? You'll only pay for 2. Need 20? You'll only pay for 10. It is the perfect opportunity to upgrade your home without breaking the bank. And here's something that'll make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. That's right, no interest for the next 6 years, making it easier than ever to afford the quality windows your home needs. Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. It's Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today for the last windows you'll ever need. Go with Universal Windows Direct, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. the Vanderbilt game. Boomer Sooner.
Mm-hmm. That one got you too?
Need some help against Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. Arkansas too.
Jackson, I am not giving up the ship.
No, nor am I.
I refuse to go down with the ship. The ship will sail. This team is going to shock the world. All right?
All right. Hey, listen, I'm
I
not
can't believe it.
I'm not jumping off the ship. You know, I'm not going to.
What if they push you off the ship?
That'd
As
be
a
fine.
teammate that didn't stick around for senior day.
Yeah. that might get
Instead was
pushed out.
dancing. Was it at the Hobos or the
Topless.
Denny's?
The Denny's, the hobos. Yeah, the Denny's. That's where I went.
Add Piddles to the list of bad teammates along with Fowler. What a shocker. That's Sharon and Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
You didn't even have
Don't
the
think so.
excuse of a child being born.
I know. It's the.
Got to sting a little bit when you look back on your actions.
Doug, were you surprised to see in the Stiefel dossier this morning here on 101 ESPN that the Doggies getting their first win of the year 3-0 against the defending champions was buried in the 6th segment?
Yeah, the G block, as I call it.
That's the G block?
The G block.
Is that what it's called? Would it be the F block?
A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, F block.
Oh, gosh.
This guy's
Okay.
wobbly right now, Doug. That's what the losing streak's done to him.
Yeah, it is in the F block.
Here is the goal call of Joey Zanaboni for the first goal of
good.
the 2025 season in Game 3.
About 90 seconds from stoppage time, first half. Goose eggs on the scoreboard. Hartle, his second corner. Right foot. Mitrovic goes for a catch. It dings around. Pitbull
Yes.
in the back of the net. Oh, baby. Cedric Toyshirt on the doorstep. Jams it in. We're alive in 2025 here in Los Angeles. City leads.
City leads. I was in my car. I
were
heard it.
listening.
I heard it as it happened. There's another call. I don't know if we can find it. I'm sourcing, but
Kurt sourcing.
I'm
I like
sourcing
that
because they played some clips at halftime, and Roman Burkett, he's your captain and your goalie, made a save, and I believe Joey said something had expired. He said, like, my neighbor's temporary tags, and I kind of visualized
That's a good one.
tags.
Oh, baby.
I like that one. Clip that off right now.
I like how Dale Shilley, who is the sidekick, the analyst, he was laughing like before the goal, like before the call even happened. They scored 3 times, Doug. They saved them all up
Yes.
for one game,
And the Galaxy, they won the whole thing last year.
and they're 0-3. Mm-hmm. How about that?
I'll tell you what, this club, if this
Oh wow! It's only March.
boy, if this club, St. Louis City, if they can stay hot defensively, we can win this
Stay
baby.
hot defensively.
Yeah,
You just clamp
8
down.
months.
They haven't allowed a goal yet.
It's a little early to get hot.
Oh, they're smoking hot defensively.
Playoffs are in November, Tim. You don't want to peak too early.
But Doug likes where this team
I like where they're at.
You like the Blues to win the Chalice.
Yeah.
Which of the local college basketball teams?
They'll meet in the finals.
So it'll be SIU Edwardsville, the Billikens after they win the AT.
Mizzou and
A10,
Illinois in the
Missouri
Final
in the
Four.
Final Four.
Yeah.
NCAA's dream. After the,
If you thought the 2023
I was gonna
Final Four
say.
was dreadful.
yeah, FAU and Miami all in one spot. The big St. Louis regional.
Played in San Antonio.
Yeah, God, that would be. They would be expanding that
And
field.
then the Doggies, they go and win as well. This is going to be a huge year. I haven't heard anything about the
I just think
Cardinals.
it's going to be a great year. Oh, the Cardinals. Are you kidding me? They won yesterday. If they can stay hot as they are yesterday, they can win this baby.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Yeah, he does.
Home
2-run
run.
shot, 4 homers against the Yankees. Doug, that might be a preview of what you'll see in
I
October.
think it probably is. Matt Koperniak continues to hit. He's a good hitter that nobody ever really talks about. I don't know how much
Was he
chance
on
he's
the
gonna
show?
get.
No. I passed his locker a couple of
You
times.
did?
Yeah.
Oh,
You think we
looking
need
back on it,
you hate the Brits?
that's right. He's
Born in London?
Born in London. Yeah. No, I don't hate the Brits.
Thanks for clarifying.
I don't.
Part of our NATO clarification hour.
Right. Oh, just showing some love.
You're welcome to participate in the program by calling in 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're also welcome to text into the program. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox 314-399-9646 and the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. I haven't been in there yet, but 214 people are in there talking it over. It seems like there might be some anger going on.
No.
I don't know what it is. Poking the bear of lefty faux racism. You know the supposed reason St. Louis wouldn't support the NBA even though we pack a dome for minor league football. That's
What?
JS. And that is a take, Doug. I don't know if it's anything that we necessarily have discussed on the program, but I guess, Martin, you wanted to get the topic going. It's one of Doug's favorites. Would the NBA work in St. Louis?
Does Thurman call into the YouTube chat? Thurman used to call in.
I don't recall him.
Thurman was always the one, hey, guys, real quick, do you think the NBA would work? They'd be like, well, we'll get to it right after Best Fry. We'll get to that as soon as we can. So that's a discussion that's taking place separate entirely.
I just looked in there, and then there's an argument over the topic. I was a little surprised to see it because I don't recall discussing that on today's presentation just yet.
They just kind of go off on their own. They've got their own dossier on the YouTube chat. Are they in the G block over there, Jackson, or are they in the F block?
They seem like G block kind of folks. It looked like this.
Condescending.
This comment came apropos of nothing.
Just out of nowhere?
A little drive-by take.
Perfect.
Because the message before was like, Jackson looks like he loves the bar at Applebee's. I don't know what that means. That was from Dave Murray's fro.
Applebee's has a bar where you can just sit up there and have a few beers?
Yeah, I assume.
Okay.
Jackson looks like the kind of guy who loves the bar at Applebee's. Is that some kind of code?
I just don't know.
What's wrong with that? I'll take some calls.
Yeah, okay. No,
By the way, for our Cougar fans, Coach Barone's going to be on tomorrow.
Yes, I saw. Let's play this audio right after they go and win. This is he had framed some scissors, Doug. Listen to what he had to say about it.
First of all, Coach Barone, congratulations. First time in school history getting to the NCAA tournament. I mean, this is what everybody dreams about when they go Division I. How does it feel to be the first coach to get SIUE there?
I mean, it just feels amazing. That's awesome because it's the first in school history. We've been doing historical things the last several years. That team right there, we talked about trust. We talked about playing for one another, and that's what those guys just did. It feels amazing, all right, because I love those guys right there, and it's amazing. I'm about to go get a pair of scissors that I hung up. Where am I? Come on, Ray. Love you, man.
Rayshawn Taylor
so
coming
proud
up
of you. So proud of you. So proud of you.
I mean, this is when you're. Oh, he's getting the scissors. He's
6 years ago.
Ready.
6 years ago, I put this above our locker room door. 6 years ago, Ray. 6 years ago. I'm so proud of you, man. We did that 6 years ago. It's been hanging above our locker room door. People didn't think we were going to be able to do it. But that dude did right there. That dude right there believed it. We talked about filling the corners in our arena. We did that. We talked about hanging it. We're going to break this right now. Because we've been waiting 6 years to use these scissors right now.
6 years ago.
6 years ago, put the scissors there to say we're going to cut down these nets and go to the NCAA tournament. Well, guess what, Doug? They're on their way.
Yes, they are.
How cool is that?
It is awesome.
It is good.
Been D1 since 2008.
It's a long climb. So
yeah.
he's been the head coach 6 years. He was an assistant there for 2. So he's been at Edwardsville for 8 years. Yeah. His dad was a big-time coach at Creighton, Texas A&M, Tony Barone. I think was the Memphis Grizzlies coach or Vancouver even. For a minute, he was an NBA head coach.
Yeah.
And Brian's been there for a while. He's a Marquette guy. Of course, I was there. Last week, I ducked out of onboarding on Wednesday a little early to go up to the SIUE campus. And we were talking, of course, the whole conversation after the interview is about Marquette.
Right.
He played under Tom Crean, and then I texted Crean a picture of the practice, and he said, tell Brian I'll be on the radio call of that OVC championship.
Nice. Oh, is that right?
So Crean was there, who he also coached under Crean. So Brian will be joining us tomorrow night. Just a great guy. And Rayshawn Taylor's a Collinsville kid.
He's so
super
good.
Scorer.
Yeah.
So it's fun. I can't wait till next Sunday when they get that moment for them just to see. And that's what I was mentioning, Kentucky, North Carolina. I mean, if you're a fan, you just assume every year you're in the tournament. It's just so cool to see some program get it for the first time.
That's the cool part about March Madness is that no matter how small your school is, there's a chance that you'll have the national spotlight on you.
Well, you might not just have the national spotlight on you if you're SIU Edwardsville, because right now Joe Lenore has them playing against the best team in the country.
Oh, no.
War damn Eagle.
Oh, no. Just be a better story when they get hot.
Did you watch that? Knock off Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch that War Dam Bama game?
Yeah, how about that?
Marcus.
Alabama goes into War Dam.
That was impressive.
Back-to-back losses. See, it's not just Missouri losing.
Yeah, I'd be a little more confident if I was Auburn.
They read their press clip.
Although I don't know what's going to happen with Chad Baker Mazar. He might get, I don't know what the deal with. He just.
You remember Debbie Mazar? She played Henry Hill's girlfriend in Goodfellas.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Publicist and Entourage, too.
That's right.
He gave, like the people's elbow right to the back of some guy's head. But Mark Sears knocking a little floater for the W, that was impressive. Alabama's still, like, if you're a Missouri fan who's only watched, like, the one Alabama game, Alabama can play some hoop rock. Let me tell you that much.
Over-under SEC teams in the Final Four. 1.5, over-under.
Whew, that's a good question, Martin.
That's the right number, sir.
Absolutely is. I'll go over. I think either Bama, Florida, or Auburn are very likely.
Dennis Gates brought up following the game on Saturday, when asked if the team is just peaked too early and they're beat up and, too tired at this point, he actually did say, I wonder, and I'm paraphrasing, if the SEC is just so good that we're all kind of wearing it here at the end of the year, and he'll be curious to see what happens in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, totally.
Now, non-SEC people will say that then you're just looking for an excuse if they come up short.
Right.
So you have that narrative to go along with the college football thing. I don't know. The Missouri thing is stunning to me.
Yeah. They're not. It'd be one thing like A&M has had at least a 3-game losing streak. Bama was staring down the barrel of a 3-game losing streak. They've had teams that have gone on 3-game losing streaks, but they've looked bad in the 3-game losing streak. Like, it's not like, oh man, you got unlucky a couple of times. No, they're not playing good basketball, and that's what I think is most concerning about it all.
It is hard as a fan to walk away. So Marquette loses that game to St. John's, but it's it's overtime. You're about to go to double overtime. Guy has the rebound, gets it poked out.
St. John top 10
I walked
team.
away and said, you know what, St. John's, they're good right now.
Really good.
And we were right there. We hit some huge shots just to get to it, and I walked away and said, I can live with that.
So that's the edge. It would, God, 95% of people in the audience will be filling out a bracket, and you can do so, as a matter of fact, right here. Selection Sunday almost here. Get signed up now to play in this year's Bracket Madness Pickup Challenge at 101ESPN.com. It's free to enter, and this year's top scorer will take home a $250 Amazon gift card. So you're free rolling for $250, and in addition to that, a 101 ESPN prize pack. See the contest rules and sign up to play now at 101ESPN.com. The Bracket Madness Pick'em Challenge is refreshed by Bud Light. When people fill out brackets, understandably so, oftentimes, like Missouri fans right now would be taking, the feeling going in that they're falling apart. Absolutely is the case, but that's why when you look at it, like Martin, you're talking about with Marquette, who you're emotionally invested in, did they play a good game? Yeah, they did. They lost on a buzzer beater against a really good team. So you have to separate, if you can, from the ultimate result if you're going to try to handicap teams going in. And that's the issue. So rarely do you see a team floundering like Missouri is that then actually goes on a run. But we just happen to have seen it last year with an 11 seed in NC State. But those stories are few and far between. And then NC State whacked their coach.
My God, I saw that.
How about that? They take him to the Final Four as an 11 seed, win the ACC tournament, and he's fired a year later.
What have you done for me lately, fellas?
Keatings, I guess. Yeah, that's brutal.
Well, they were going to fire him last year. Remember that? They were going to fire him,
right.
and then he won the ACC tournament. They're like, well, I guess we can't fire him.
That's what they got with Mike Woodson going on right now at Indiana.
Mike Woodson in Indiana's going to go to the tournament.
Yeah, they're like, well, he's going to leave at the end of the year, and then they get red hot, and it's like, oh, well, maybe we keep Woody around.
Chris Kerber going to join us coming up in 20 minutes as the Blues are on a heater, and they will have a few days off before they try to keep it going. Maybe this game against Minnesota will wind up being huge if Minnesota starts to stumble a little bit. Minnesota now the number one team in the wild card race. And then Vancouver who loses last night right there with the Blues and Calgary. So we'll have that for you coming up at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. There is your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. St. Louis City SC, a.k.a. the Dogs, get their first W of the season, 3-0 over the LA Galaxy on Saturday. That was another Sports Center update Sunday, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett's on these ones and twos. It's the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber joining us, coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 8:15. Gabe, DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And your emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, what do we have here on the Cardinals? I see you have in segment 3.
Oh, sure.
What do we have is the question.
They played the Yankees, and Arenado did not walk across the diamond and leave with the team. So there's your headline. Guess he's here to stay, Tim.
He took an 0 for 3 yesterday.
Arenado?
Opening day just around the corner.
I know. I have. I close on the 4th mortgage to pay off the bets.
How many bets do you actually have? And these are that he would not be there on opening day, right?
I have 3 bets with listeners for a total of $50 apiece.
It's
And
always
I
good to
love
bet.
the return on investment that I'm getting out of this. I was going to do $250, and I don't know what happened, but for whatever reason, I only wound up doing 3. And the truth is, I have no idea who I bet with. So the way this will work is if I actually win, I have no way to track it down. Perfect. So it's totally upside down. And then theoretically, some people who didn't bet with me can say, hey, you owe me $50. And I'll be like, it's worth it just to make them go away. Kind of like Mel Gibson and Ransom.
But if there's
I don't.
You just pay.
But if there's 20 or 30 of them claiming, hey, Ted,
At some point,
you might have a problem.
yeah. At some point, I'm
Tell your wife, I got to settle up with who? I
don't
some
know.
listeners, some bets that I made.
Well,
Gabe's didn't cover.
the Arenado. I mean, in New York, the Yankees, that is the talking point. Plus, Garrett Cole now is hurt. And so they have a third base situation. They have a starting pitching situation. And so Yankees fans are going, the Cardinals are the obvious trading partner. And there's frustration with Steinbrenner that they're not making a move.
The Yankees claim to be out of money.
There you go.
That's hard to believe, but that's what they're claiming.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Well, I'm sure the Cardinals were wishing they were out of money too, because they would probably love to send Arenado to the Yankees.
Right.
Right now they got Peraza at third base, I guess, the Yankees.
Doug?
Well,
What are they waiting for?
I think that's their guy right now.
So Tim's original question, Jackson, was, what do we got, Cardinals? And we bought you some time. I felt like we were buying time. And then I saw you over there perusing the keyboard.
I'm doing some other stuff.
Oh, okay. What more? Sorry. I didn't mean to
Are
interrupt.
you moonlighting with another gig?
Wow, there's that.
What are you producing for Buck and Chuck? What are you doing?
Fucking Chuck. No, I was preparing some other things.
Okay.
What?
Doug, you preparing other things.
The Roman Berkey save. Martin sent me the audio.
Oh, did you have to edit it?
No, it doesn't need to be edited.
I have no idea. I forwarded
Workshopping live on the air. This is the good stuff right here.
Friend of the show, Luis, I mentioned there was a save, and Joey Zanaboni referenced expired license tags, which is a very St. Louis thing. I think Charlie Brennan tweets about it often. Here's the call.
One moment.
Oh, or not.
Galaxy get a turnover on the city end. Parente shakes and bakes against Vaughn, slips one to Royce, has a runner. Oh, Roman Berkey! Making the chance expire like my neighbor's temp tags. Falls to the ground, repels a volley, and now won't face a second chance. Galaxy get another runner in the form of Miller, who slides and hits a shot way over the goal.
There you go.
Okay.
Expired.
It was quick.
Pretty
He was quick
nice.
with that one.
Yeah.
He was ready to go. And then was ready to continue calling the game after that. Impressive.
Sometimes you just forget that your tags are expired, though.
I've had
Yeah,
that.
but
I've
I've
been
seen a
pulled
couple-
over before, and they're like,
There are some that go back to like 2022 around.
Yeah, there's a couple, especially with plates, like those temporary plates. You'll see a
The little
couple
white sheet of
You'll see a
paper.
couple 23s on there, and you're like, oh, how's that surviving?
Guys, I'm headed to spring training Wednesday. I'll Hawkeye for you guys and report back if I see any shenanigans. That's from Floyd Velvet.
He's got a Hawkeye for us. I like that.
Floyd Velvet?
Who's Floyd Velvet?
That's a good name. That's a really good name.
Did you enter the name for him?
He just calls himself Floyd Velvet. His number is just up in the.
Well, I'll change that.
You're going to give him. You're going to do that after the first week of the month.
That's a really good
start
name.
making exceptions. I'm just telling you. Now you're going to have other people text him wanting exceptions made. You're going to do it because you like the name Floyd Velvet.
Yeah, they're going to need a name as good as Floyd Velvet. It sounds like some like
grandfathered in.
Yeah, well,
it's fine.
He's stepdadded in.
Somebody said the alliance is vaporized.
Yeah, it seems like it is.
It's a real two-way dance with death pretty much every day.
We're back at the table.
Yeah, we renegotiate daily.
2022, Tim. The other day I saw a 2019 tag inspiration in the city.
Way.
Oh, 2019.
No
That's from
way.
Uncle Wally's plastic ear.
Fine.
20. No shot.
I'm going to go to Charlie Brennan's Twitter handle.
I'm surprised you're so adamant that there's no shot.
20, we're going on 6 years of this person being able to skate
Why
by.
is 2022 reasonable, but 2019 is not?
That's a big difference. That's a 3 year. That's a 3 year difference. I feel like that's a big difference.
I'm telling you, I think it's live that it's true.
Unless you didn't. Maybe if you never drove.
I'm in awe of the number of vehicles I see with expired tags.
And then you go into the DMV waiting like a sucker when apparently you don't have to.
Happened to me just last week. I bought a car last month and had the temporary tags on before I got to the office, and I got to the office a couple days late, and they nicked me for like $25.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell them that you work at Channel 4 and that you shouldn't have to pay this?
That's right.
I did, and they didn't buy it.
Newsman's
On
tags.
television's Doug Vaughn.
They said, didn't you quit? I was there like an hour and a half waiting in line to
really?
get that done. Yeah.
Oof.
There's big lines now because everyone wants those official state IDs.
Yeah, real
Because I think
IDs.
starting in May, you're going to have to fly with your passport if you don't have it.
I'll believe it when I see it. They've been saying that for as long as people had these temporary tags still on their car.
There you go. Charlie Brennan's got one February 25th, 159 Frank Scott Parkway over in Fairview Heights. No plates at all. Charlie just goes around sniping them. No plate. Look at that. No plates at all.
Yeah, you'll see that sometimes.
Design Air is the sponsor of our email today, online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client as well. And we recommend if you have any heating and cooling issues, you work with Design Air Heating and Cooling. And all you have to do is go to designairservice.com. Doug, have you taken a peek at this forecast?
Oh, well, a little bit, yeah.
Glorious. I mean, glorious. This week, there's no need to go anywhere. We got highs in the mid-70s all week long.
Sweet
Today,
action.
tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then high in the mid-60s on Saturday. The one day it gets down to the 50s is Sunday, and then back up to the high 60s, low 70s next week. This is glorious.
Really is. Nice.
I mean,
really is.
if you run into any issues with your heating and cooling service, that's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber joining us on the other side of the break, talking about the Blues road trip through the West Coast and the trade deadline and where this team sits with the season heading down the stretch. That's next on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, folks, Classic Air Care is there for all your heating and air conditioning needs. I use them to take care of the unit in my house. Alex Ferrario does as well. And you need to use them as well. As we start to head into the spring, get online at classicaircare.com, book a maintenance appointment so they can come in and make sure that air conditioner is ready to go as the weather starts to turn from the cold and much more to the heat. The one thing you definitely want to make sure you have is new air filters. And on the upper right corner of the website, you can purchase air filters. They get delivered right to your house. You don't have to worry about going to the big box stores to get them. The right size is there. It comes to your house. You simply change it out, and it's part of one of their maintenance plans. So when you are looking to get that house nice and perfectly comfortable the way you want it as the weather starts to turn, make sure you lean on Classic Air Care to maintain that HVAC unit in your house. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. Why? Because their service is that good. People are intentionally going online afterwards to let you know how good it is. That way you know you're comfortable with them coming into your house. It's Classic Air Care. Book an appointment online at classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's the Morning After, 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL, where you can watch the program and talk it over with fellow listeners throughout the course of the broadcast in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on this program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the voice of the St. Louis Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful, sir. How are you doing?
Doing good, thanks.
Your impressions of what we saw on the trip out to Southern California, because, man, taking 5 or 6 points, considering all of the circumstances, strikes me as pretty impressive.
Yeah, you know what? And they even played the game that they lost to kick off that road trip in Dallas. They played a really good game. The penalty killing faltered, and that's what hurt them in that game. But 5-on-5, they were the better team against the Dallas Stars. So, I mean, there was a chance that road trip could have been even better. But when they get out to Southern California to beat the Kings, then go beat Anaheim, and then another overtime loss, look, in the end, I think that last game in L.A., I said this to one of our team managers. I said, that's one of my favorite games of the year. He looked at me and he goes, are you serious? And even though the Blues lost in overtime, I said it was a game because it was just all heart. It was about attitude. It was about how you play and just digging deep to find a point. And they got the goaltending from Hofer. They got the gritty performance from everybody up in front of them. And I thought it was a great point earned on that last game of that trip. So to take 5 out of 6 from that Southern California swing was fantastic. You know, and they sit right now just 1 point out. They got some help last night with Dallas beating Vancouver. And so these two teams, Vancouver and Calgary, ahead of the Blues, have games in hand. But you know what? They still got to win those games in hand to make a difference. So the race is definitely on.
They blocked a lot of shots in the last couple of games. You saw defensemen flying all over the ice, standing in front of slap shots and everything else, which is kind of playoff mode hockey. I guess the question is, can they keep that up for almost another month?
Well, they're going to have to. Now, I think the one thing that kind of gets you excited is they're playing that winning style of hockey, and Doug blocking shots is such a big part of that. That second game down there in Anaheim, there was a chance, and I can't remember which Duck player took the shot, but Oscar Sundqvist went down and blocked it, and it was inside the final minute. The entire bench stood up. The entire bench was tapping their sticks on the boards, and you could see that they were completely into it. And to me, that commitment to get in lanes, to block shots, to pay that extra price to win a game, that's when you know you're ready to start picking up some points. And so to me, that's a huge factor in why they are where they are right now in terms of having turned things around coming out of the break. And it's not just Sundqvist. It was really everybody. You're right. They did block a lot of shots and help the goaltender out. I mean, shoot, that last game in Los Angeles, the Blues held L.A. to just 2 shots on goal in the first period. And so it's a pretty impressive commitment to play that team style that Jim Montgomery wants. And they're going to have to continue to play it, obviously, with Parayko out.
And Kerbs, you're around the team. You're out there in California. I think you're voting in local elections last week, right? You guys had about a week in SoCal. But tell me the tension maybe going into the trade deadline and then maybe the relief, whether or not Army tried to get a deal done. Shen says no. But just the fact that they were all intact after the deadline hit. Could you sense relief? Did you feel like the team was a little tense about it?
You know what? Contrary to previous years, Martin, I didn't feel that same kind of tenseness and wonder around this team as I think you felt before. Now, you only had 2 UFAs on the team, in Ryan Suter and Radek Faksa. So there was that. You look at the fact that the Parayko injury happened right before the trade deadline. That might have prevented them, say, from moving a defenseman out along those kind of lines. But the way the team was playing, they're like, okay, if your goal is to make the playoffs, your rentals end up being Faksa and Suter this year, right? Plus, I think the St. Louis Blues, their trade deadline was a lot earlier when they made the deal for Cam Fowler. Can you imagine like the price a team might have had to pay for Cam Fowler actually at the deadline rather than what the Blues traded for him in December? So I didn't sense a whole lot of angst around the deadline like you normally might. Like there was a trade deadline several years ago. Patrick Berglund thought he was going to be traded. It was a one-day road trip, and you should have seen the size of the suitcase he brought. Now, he ended up not being traded, right? And so he just packed a whole bunch of clothes for nothing. But I didn't get that sense, honestly, this time from anybody. There was just this group that they feel like they want to try to get this thing together and make the playoffs, and it starts with the captain, with Braden Shen, and goes all the way through. And I think I think Doug Armstrong looked at it and said, okay, there aren't enough hockey deals out there to really make a difference. We're going with this group because, to me, guys, it's not even so much about this year. The real step that the Blues take is next year, and that's when you may have Snuggerud in that lineup and Dvorsky, and your depth really grows in this roster. That's the next major step for me is next season more so than this year.
But when you see how well they've played here over the last 10, 12 games or so, they must think they've got a legitimate shot if they can get in the playoffs.
Oh, they do think they have a legitimate shot, and they do. And, the other aspect about it, too, is we focus kind of on Calgary and Vancouver because those are the 2 teams just ahead of you battling for that second wild card spot. Minnesota lost yesterday to Pittsburgh, and the Blues are just 7 back of Minnesota, and the Blues have one more game head-to-head with Minnesota, and that's coming up next Saturday. So if Minnesota falters a little bit, that game next Saturday in Minnesota could put the Blues anywhere to within potentially 5, maybe 3 points of the Wild, which is that top wild card spot. So, look, I think with 17 games to go and the way they're playing, they feel like they have a real legit shot, and you can tell that in both their actions and how the team is carrying themselves right now.
I thought Kerbs with Hofer and net, and I know it gives up an early goal, but to go in regulation, give up 1 total, I felt like they needed him to step up. He was getting a little wobbly, and Binnington had been doing all the heavy lifting. I feel like the rest of the way, you need both those guys hot.
Yeah, the goaltending decisions were an interesting one, and I know they went into that road trip, maybe with an idea of a plan, but nothing was etched in stone. But the 2 games that Binnington played in Anaheim and then the L.A. game before that, they were pretty heavy games. One thought is you ride Binnington, but then when you may need some critical points down in those final 5 games of the regular season, if he's he's too worn out. That could be tough to get those points. So Joe Hofer is going to have to pick up points along the way like he did. It was a hell of a deflection there by Kopitar on that first goal, so hard to fault the goalie on that one. But having said that, man, he locked it down, and some of those saves he made, especially in the third period when LA just kept throwing everything at him, was just fantastic. So that was again. Listen, that, and I talked to Parayko. I talked to some other guys after that game. Sometimes you're frustrated with a loss, even if it's an overtime loss. That was a good road point. They weren't frustrated with that when they're like, okay, we got 5 of 6 now. Let's go and let's see what happens in Pittsburgh on Thursday. So they're still going to need Hofer to get in there for a few games. They're going to need him to pick up points. And I thought that game against L.A. was the biggest game of his young career so far because of where the Blues are in the standings, what it meant, the pressure of the moment, and he rose to the occasion. I thought he was terrific.
Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays, joining us to give perspective on the Blues as they continue the charge to trying to get into the Stanley Cup playoffs. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Talk to you next Monday.
Thank you. It's Chris Kerber with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to give your thoughts, 314-974-0101. You can text in, Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, and email in as well, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The YouTube channel is active, and the Michelob Ultra chat is there for you at youtube.com/TMASTL. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you will have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. The EDF Group. Let's see. Kerber and Cam were electric in the third period. That's from Wes Sutter of USA Mortgage. Yeah, they were fired up. He's not, sometimes, and this is not directed passive aggressively at any broadcast team in any capacity, dead serious, but sometimes, and I understand it, when you are essentially holding rights holder broadcast team, and you can pick any college or even professional team, they kind of feel an obligation to spin a loss into a positive. And I think it drives fans up the wall. Saturday was a different set of circumstances. Again, considering the Parayko injury, considering the Fowler situation, considering 3 games in 4 nights, considering who they were playing, where they were playing, and how it all played out, that was a hell of an accomplishment to get a good point. And Kerber's call at the end, where you're kind of exhaling after Los Angeles had been pressuring and pressuring and pressuring, and the Blues have been blocking shot after shot after shot. That was a legitimate, man, it's great to get 1 point. That was not okay, we got to spin it because these guys are fumbling around and we're collecting a paycheck from the team. That was a feeling of, that is a great point to get. And I think that it was, because now you get a chance to break and see where things sit when you get a chance to come back on the ice on Thursday in Pittsburgh.
All of that in the wake of losing Parayko, which is not only the physical loss, but just kind of the psyche of the team. And then Fowler's out. So you're minus Parayko and Fowler trying to beat a Kings team for the 3rd time in a week.
That's 8 days.
That's a playoff team, and you've already beaten them twice. That's a lot to ask. I don't think it's holding right to say that was a great trip.
Yeah.
The Butch Patrick bump is real.
That's a real thing. Just like Jackson's destroyed Missouri's basketball, Butch Patrick has brought the Blues.
Now you're working on your merit badges.
I would love to see him at the parade.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
Canucks!
You're either hoisting Lord Stanley or you're hoisting Butch. Either way.
You don't just lift the cup, you hoist it.
That's correct.
You have to hoist.
You don't post on social media, you take to social media. You say something and you've broken your silence. Right. You're starting to catch on to the way that we talk in 2025.
Yeah. You don't just watch TV, you crush TV, or you knock out TV shows.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
That's taking nonsense 101 right there.
Hey, Tim, what the hell happened to Dave in St. Peter's? He seems non-existent. Suck it, Doug. That's some sad panda. Doug, what does that mean?
Dave in St. Peter's was the guy who wouldn't iron his shirts.
That's correct.
We'd have live events and it looked like he just crawled out of bed.
Off time.
Hold on a second.
Off times.
Thank you.
Texters will change their name.
Oh.
And we have too many for me to remember.
Dave in St. Peter's could be going as a different name.
Could be. There's too many names in there for me to track down the chronology of it all. So
he could very well be Will Clark post-game bevy.
But that's what I'll see. I'll see people be like, oh, I reminisce about the days of like Dave in St. Peter's. It's like, well, yeah, he changed his name like 3 years ago. He's texting every day. Like it's sometimes you just gotta put it in neutral.
Gets to be a problem.
Dave in St. Peter's. Call in?
Yeah, 314.
What is it?
974-0101.
Iron your shirt first.
KG's Big Dong says in the YouTube chat, Doug is growing up with a sad emoji.
I'm growing up?
You're growing up.
He's sad about it.
You're like a 60-year adolescence.
Well, it feels that way sometimes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not to ever have had a real job or anything.
Right.
So he can't call in. So maybe he's ironing his shirt right now before he calls.
That could be.
How often do you guys iron your shirts?
I iron dress shirts after they come out of the laundry.
My wife will offer to because she'll say,
"How about that?"
She'll say, "You're not going to wear that, are you?" I'm like, "Oh, it's fine."
That's a nice thing.
I'll take my hand and just press it. And she goes, "That doesn't do it."
Yeah, but you can cover with a suit jacket.
For the most part, I like even a golf shirt to go to the dry cleaner. Just
dry cleaning golf shirts.
Yeah,
a lot of freaking duh.
Feels a little.
Wow, look at Jackson countering.
Wow,
extra starch.
This alliance, Martin.
Wow,
extra starch.
Part of Chairman Kurt and I will be adding to our alliance.
All of a sudden, we're getting invaded by Tim and KG because our alliance broke down.
It's falling apart. Design Air Heating and Cooling not falling apart. Martin, you're a client at Design Air Heating and Cooling, just like me and Doug. DesignAirService.com.
Let me tell you, Comrade Jackson, this alliance is strong. The one with Design Air. They've been around St. Louis since 1904. Was that the first year, Doug, you were at Channel 4? The second year?
Second year I was there.
Going away.
Now you've grown up.
Cover the Olympics.
You and Coach Connors on the scene at the Summer Games. Design Air, nonetheless, has been around since 1904, and they continue to be a family-owned operation. A lot of names in town. Successful businesses, they'll sell the name to an out-of-town company and just sort of make you think it's still a St. Louis-based business. Not the deal with Design Air, Seth Goldcamp and the family. Now a fourth-generation, longest-running sponsor of TMA. They bring you that email of the day. DesignAirService.com is the website. If you need to set up an appointment, you can do it online. Great technicians. You hear the stories on this show. People who have been satisfied customers, whether it's fixing the furnace, replacing the furnace. And again, this time of year, the AC is going back on. Get tuned up before summer arrives. Do all of it online at DesignAirService.com.
Oh, sure, Piddles. No need to acknowledge the loyal listeners. They're truly the only thing that gives you any sort of job security. I can see how you can be so blasé about them. They're basically irrelevant. That's from Sharon in Sanibel / Clayton / Maui / Michigan.
She's getting feisty. She's been on vacation a while now and getting feisty.
But I don't understand her criticism. I don't acknowledge the listening base.
You do seem a little bit snooty.
I guess. I don't understand the credit.
Did you say something when we were discussing Dave and St. Peter's? Did you say something somewhat dismissive about the Texans? I don't recall.
No, I was just saying they change their name sometimes. So, like, you might think someone's disappeared when really they just changed their name.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't okay. Sharon Clayton seems to be on a real war path for me. I don't know what I guess just not liking hockey is enough to hate somebody.
Well, it could be.
You can email in and talk it over the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Call it 314-97.
But only if your shirt's ironed.
That's correct. Text in the Air Comfort Service text line box 314-399-9646. A great story this morning, and it's on Yadier Molina and where he has been and what's been going on. Katie Wu of The Athletic with this story. Plenty of Cardinal fans have wondered what happened. He was supposed to be with the organization. It went from talking about a bench coach role to then just an advisor role where he was going to be present. The Cardinals were promoting it last offseason, and then nobody saw him at all. Molina talking it over, explaining what's been going on. We'll have that story for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
I was at Schnucks on Sunday, saw folks loading up, and the signs are all over the entire store telling you that there are 2,300 items marked down around the store. So no matter what aisle you're in, you're going to find something marked down from your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks. Jackson likes to grab that Stoke cold brew coffee. That's marked down. Feed the family with some Tyson chicken. Those family packs also marked down. They lowered prices on 2,300 items. So whatever aisle you're in, whatever you're shopping for, I guarantee something on your list has been marked down. Going to the grocery store these days, a little painful, more expensive than you want it to be. Schnucks trying to do their part. You can also check out the digital shelf tags around the store on tons more items, all with lower prices. Stop by and see them. Make sure you've got the Rewards app on your phone. That way, every time you shop, you add to your rewards, and next thing you know, you're checking out, and they say, hey, you got $20. Want to use it? Want to save it? I've heard some folks save it for the entire year. Then they'll buy all their holiday groceries with their rewards. Stop by for everyday savings you can count on at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every day on 2,300 items.
Welcome back.
Rutherford B. Hayes in the
Jackson,
tub.
what was going on?
I just went to. I thought I had more time. I went to use the bathroom, and well, rats.
You're new,
How long
right?
was it?
Doug, what did you say about
30 minutes or so? Dead air.
I don't know what happened. I was looking.
Tim looked at me, and we were kind of like, "Oh, we're back."
Yeah, but
but you weren't here. Did you want to try and make it clear what your value is to this whole show?
Yeah, was that a play?
No, I had a minute and a half, and I quickly hustled to the bathroom. Chairman Kirk can attest. He heard me shuffling out, and I was half running.
You didn't take anything to read in there, did you?
No, I
Were you
thought
combing your mustache? What were you doing?
I thought I had more time. Thought we had more time. Oh well.
So radio,
my fault.
Jackson. So in radio, there are like our breaks, and then when they're over, They come back and they're, hey, welcome back. But if the person running the board's not there, then we don't really say, hey, welcome back.
My bad. Fully. That's can't have that happen. So my bad. That's
there
my
you
fault.
go. It's the Fisher Window and Door Store at 8 o'clock hour. And I deep teased this story in The Athletic this morning about Yadier Molina. Katie Wu of The Athletic talking it over with Yadier Molina. And he really hasn't been doing a whole lot of conversing since he left and retired. So I've wondered, and I'm sure plenty of fans have wondered, what's been going on. Yadier Molina understands why fans wonder where he's been since being hired as a special assistant to the Cardinals' president of baseball operations, John Mozeliak. In December of 2023, Molina has yet to attend a team event. The All-Star, 10-time All-Star, missed all spring training last year, and he will not be able to attend this year either. When Mozeliak hired Molina, the idea was that the 9-time Gold Glove winner would help mentor the young catchers in the Cardinal system and check in throughout the season as a guest instructor. He has yet to do so. Molina's absence has raised some concern within the fan base, with some doubting his commitment to his role in the only major league organization he has ever known. Molina says he understands the optics, but he hopes fans can understand his perspective too. Quote, I've been away from my family for many years. I decided to take a break and put them as my priority right now. In a recent call with The Athletic, Molina detailed changes in his personal life. He and Wanda, his wife of nearly 18 years, sold their home in Puerto Rico a few months ago and moved to Austin, Texas with their 3 children. And the move centered around one of his child's opportunities for baseball. He is in the middle of his junior season at Lake Travis High School in Austin. And that speaks to, Martin, when we had Benji Molina in and he was talking about Yadier and being involved with his son and his baseball career. So Molina is a regular at the games and working with his son as well.
Yeah, Benji kind of spelled it out for us, I think, in December, that it was all about the. I think he even told us he was moving to Texas. You know, and I think people were frustrated. Hey, we're going to see Molina a lot more once he took on that title. And I think the Cardinals were always, when that whole story kind of played out, they had met, and he said, I want to get involved. I want to do day-to-day. And I think the Cardinals and Mozeliak were, you don't want to do day-to-day. Listen, call Matt Holliday. It's something that you'll change your mind. You don't want to do this on a day-to-day basis. And he kept saying, oh, I'm serious. I want to be on the bench. I want to do this. I'm ready. And I think ultimately he thought, okay, special advisor makes more sense. But then he didn't come around at all. And I've always felt you could take that 2 ways, that either he just kind of didn't show up and it's disappointing that he didn't live up to his commitment, or that he also kind of felt that they weren't on a good path, didn't like some of the moves they made and didn't agree with the direction. And so he's like, screw it. I think he's probably not going to say it, but I think there's some of that going on too.
You have to wonder if they're still paying him. Would you pay somebody if they never do anything?
I don't know.
Organization that says they're hurting for money,
right?
You know, I think every little bit makes a difference.
Yeah, it's a fair question. When he took that special assistant, what was the financial commitment, and did it have any kind of guidelines? All right, 10 appearances a year, or just show up. I mean, like Albert showing up at Angels camp, he has that personal services deal. I don't know. I suspect he's getting paid something. So you would probably like to see him. You would think he could make it to spring training for a couple of days, if, in fact, on the payroll.
It seems like maybe he's just had enough. And who could blame him? It was a grind for a lot of years for him, and now he's got young kids. He wants to be with them. Can't blame him for any of that.
I would not have guessed when Molina retired, though, he would end up in Austin, Texas. Of all the places, David Freese lives down there.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to Austin.
Molina says that he is hopeful about making a trip to Busch Stadium sometime this year, though that's going to depend on his family's schedule. He said, I would love to be there. I would love to teach and coach the catchers in spring training, but right now my priority is to be with my family. It's hard for me to get time right now, but if I have time, why not?
And I think nobody would argue spending time with the family, especially when you played all those years. You're gone all the time. But it's a little confusing since there was this interest in being more involved. It is kind of a weird deal.
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that?
He didn't want to get peppered.
Meanwhile, and he says he wants to return to baseball, quote, when the time is right. He says, quote, it's my love with a laugh. Molina still desires to be a major league manager one day as well. He says, I'm well prepared right now. I've been managing the last 3 years in different places. I learned a lot from different people, and I feel ready. I feel like I'm ready right now. When you spend most of your career with Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan and Jose Oquendo, they help me understand the game better and see the game better. So that is Yadier Molina talking it over with Katie Wu in The Athletic. Major recommendation to read that, as there is more in the story. But his close friend and former Cardinal, Albert Pujols, is also making news regarding baseball and his interest in managing. And he said this to Bob Nightingale of USA Today. He wants to become the first member of the 700 home run club to become a major league manager. For me, I've always been serious about everything that I do in this game, Pujols told USA Today Sports, and now I'm serious about managing. This game has done so much for me, and now I want to give back. I am ready. So Albert Pujols is making it clear that he not only wants to be a major league manager, but he believes he is ready to be a major league manager. This story at usatoday.com this morning.
Babe Ruth wanted to be a manager real bad, and they wouldn't let him because he was such a crazy guy as a player.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to think of the 700 club. Like Hank Aaron probably didn't want to do it. Bonds has probably not been offered the job, may not want to do it.
He's done some coaching.
Yeah, on the Marlins for a little bit.
Right. Never managed.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wondering about Babe Ruth. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, he wanted it bad to be the Yankee manager, and they wouldn't let him do it. He was bitter about it for years.
That's kind of shocking.
Well, he was such a party animal.
That's the Babe.
Yeah, but they wanted a real manager, I guess, and not a celebrity. And that's what he'd turn into. Yeah, he's biggest in the country.
What was he like to cover, Doug? Was he friendly or is he combative?
Well, he'd just say, hey, Slugger, how about a quote? And he'd say, well, I'll try to hit one for you today. And that was kind of the end of the interview.
That was the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
But, Tiki, are you coming back to football because you miss it, or are you coming back to football because you just had a big failure in broadcasting?
Well, I don't know that that's fair.
Yeah, happened to the Babe.
I think that drop makes up for your absence 10 minutes ago. I think you just made up for it.
Thank you.
You're back.
Tony La Russa is quoted in this article saying he is ready and he is going to be great. You talk about integrity, you talk about his IQ, you talk about his discipline. I call him APP, Albert Perfect Pujols.
Oh, my.
When a guy has that much to offer and has so much love for the game benefits when he wants to stay active and share. Albert Perfect Pujols.
Albert, they used to call Jack Buck LJ. I remember earlier, I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, man, LJ, Legendary Jack. I'm like, these guys just walk around.
I don't like these nicknames. They're not very creative.
I can't keep up. Remember, he got mad at Goldberg because John Rodriguez was calling himself J-Rod.
He did. He put it on his spikes, and the guys on the team were not happy about
and
that.
And then Joel said something to Tony posting about J-Rod. Who? And Joel's like, J-Rod, Ron Rodriguez. What are you talking about? And Joel's like, that's his nickname? It says who? And Joel's like, I don't know. Him?
It's on his spine.
And then remember the skipper goes, get a new one, man. Just, Johnny Load. Remember he said that?
Mm-hmm. It's an all-timer.
And everybody's like, what? I'm sorry, what? So Tony's going around just slapping nicknames on everybody.
By the way, that nickname stinks. Albert Perfect Pujols? It makes no sense.
Do you like it better than Johnny Lowe?
No, Johnny Lowe's that's kind of awesome.
Gotta think about my APP, man. He's like an
catchy.
app. This guy's an app. You just put him in your phone. He does everything you need.
That's like a knockoff Vital thing. PTP, primetime players.
I like the nickname against you.
Albert Perfect Pujols.
Yeah, that's not good. The Machine was a little better.
Yeah, El Hombre.
Machine. Oh, El Hombre. I think, and Strauss would always call him Hombre when he'd see him. He never called him Albert. He'd just say Hombre.
Doug, I'm going to start calling Tim TPM for Tim Perfect McKernan.
Oh, no.
That was a nice strike. You're you're flushing the ball right now.
Yeah, my wrist action has been really good lately.
Jackson be less than perfect. LP. Really?
Babe Ruth managing the Yankees would be like if Tim went back to manage St. Gabriel's 7th grade basketball team. You can't let an icon like that walk into hallowed grounds because it would cause too many large crowds and distractions. Doug, that's from little Tommy Tribbins.
Tim, did you sign a deal with St. Gabriel's a couple years ago? You committed to him to be a consultant to the coaching fraternity, and then you just haven't shown up.
That's correct.
And Katie Woo's going to interview you about your absence.
About where I've been as well.
Yeah. But despite that, if you were to walk into the gym, it would be a standing ovation.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like, yeah.
And they're like, Tim was spotted at that Rockwell Brewery. Like, he was right across. He still didn't make his way over, and he's on the payroll?
Could have.
What's going on?
Could have. Chose not to. The Colonel's going to join us coming up on the Stiefel dossier.
Is he perfect?
At 9 o'clock. I think the Colonel's pretty perfect. He got frustrated in the post-game show. I was watching it. God, I can't think of what it was. Somebody went after a player, or no, complimented, was going after Tamar Bates, and then said, proves that Dan Dockich was right about Tamar Bates. And that set Gabe off.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, Colonel doesn't get set off by too much for whatever reason. That got him going.
I have a feeling that for the last 2 weeks, or whenever the skid kind of started, that he's been seeing a lot of bull crap in his
Colonel has
comments. Well, yeah, I mean, not to mention like the coaching search for the women's. Like, I think he's seen a lot of. I mean, it was in the drops of the week last week. He was like, some people are saying a lot of stupid stuff, and you can tell he's a little frustrated. And I think right now, like, the bad takes are coming all the way out, you know? Like, people are like, fire Gates, and it's like, oh, geez. 2 weeks ago, you guys wanted him to be coach of the year, and now you want him gone. It's like last season was the more true Gates experience. It's like, oh, my God.
I don't know. Dan Dockich, I think that kind of set the Colonel off. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, well, because you want to talk about takey nonsense. It's like the whole guy's brand.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, Mount Rushmore of takey nonsense.
Oh, wow. Of like people who give takey nonsense. Oh my God. Yeah, Orlovsky.
Mad Dog Russo.
No,
but he's like
a different brand of takey.
Because I also think he believes it, like a lot of it.
Yeah, he's
just got a different
real
brain.
Oddball.
That's what I'm saying. He believes some of that weird. It's like the Cardinals make Molina the hitting coach tomorrow. Like, he'll say something crazy, but he actually kind of believes it.
Oh yeah.
It's not just takey nonsense.
Gottlieb might be up there.
Oh yeah. How'd they finish out the squad this year?
They're bringing him back, I think, so not too bad.
I got to be careful. If Holiday's listening, that's his guy.
Yeah, I'll wait to give my fourth. I'll have to think about that
okay.
one. Mm-hmm. Top three, I'm pretty confident in, though.
Hey, guys, when Jackson says not to mention, he sounds like the not to mention her hot body that looks hot in a bikini guy. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
Oh, really?
Is that what you're going for when you say not to mention?
Not here. Oh, here's the.
Take a listen to this, Martin. See if you.
Not to mention her hot body that looks hot in a bikini.
That's
we
what
didn't mention it.
Chairman gets the fourth one. Kendrick Perkins. Yeah, there's fourth on my Takey Take Smith list.
Takey Take Smith.
But he's just NBA, so it's a little.
He's part of the Fools up there.
Yeah,
Barkley just calls them all fools.
He's probably the leader of the Fools.
But is Stephen A. Take?
I don't view Stephen A. as like a sports personality. I see him as an entertainer.
Daddy Tim, I called people out for takey nonsense. Are you proud? That's from Wedding Tackle.
Okay. Whatever. Weird. People are weird.
Green Bay Phoenix, Doug Gottlieb vehicle, 4-28 this year. They did go 3-11 at home, but 1-17 away from home.
Yeah, that won't cut it.
It's hard to go 4-28.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Just about any coach could go 4-28, right? Just about anyone.
Yeah, probably.
It'd be hard to be worse than that.
Got spanked by SIUE back in November.
Yep. Yeah, I would think. They're probably like, our coach is too worried about his F block, worried about what he's going to put in his F block.
His F block.
Yeah, not worried enough about some schemes.
Hey, Coach, what time's practice? I'm working on the monologue. Hold on.
Doug, the people are welcome to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tell me about Callier and Thompson. I've done business with them. You've done business with them.
I have, yeah. I bought a nice microwave oven there. They got great appliances there. You don't have to redo your entire kitchen. You're just looking for an appliance. They got them. They got the best on the market, and they've got some if you've got if you're on a budget like I am. So it's a great place to go. It's your go-to source for all of your design considerations. Trust is the big thing. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available, and they're going to be there until the job is done to your satisfaction. They care about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in all of the work that they do, and it's been that way since the company's been in business since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience now. These people have been around the block block. They know how to make it right. Most everything Collier & Thompson does is right there in-house. It's a one-stop shop. You don't need to go to 6 or 7 different places for one room remodel. Countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing. It is all right there at Collier & Thompson. They have a very deep showroom, more than 10,000 square feet of displays, more than 20 kitchen displays alone. You can get some great ideas there. The owners, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, will work with you. They have a design team. They got all the people right there to give a job for you, whether you're redoing your kitchen or your master bath, or you're going to finish the basement, whatever you want to do in your house. They've got the people there at Collier & Thompson to get it done. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Coming up, the Colonel will join us. PowerMizzou.com. Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. That's at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel Dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The weather is warming up, and now is the time to tend to your outdoor living space with aesthetic design and build. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and check out all that they can do for you. Dan and his team have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have gone out and seen personally. So impressed by Dan and his team and the showroom that I had them come to our place to start looking at options for our home as well. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cavaliers outlast the Bucks last night, 112-100. Max Strus with 17 points and 9 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
There is this state which I live in.
Doug, it's hard to believe we won't be hearing this in Columbia, Missouri until, late August? Is that when Central Arkansas comes calling to open up the football season?
I don't know who's coming to call. I guess Mizzou baseball season. We could plan for that.
James Carlton is in studio with us. The Colonel's going to join us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, and James Carlton is in studio from carltoninsurance.net. Is it Central Arkansas they open up against?
Football?
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know. I know it's Kansas, September 6th. That I do know. You got that hotel booked?
I do.
Absolutely.
I do, indeed.
Yeah.
Joining us right now to talk it over, Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond. Is it Central Arkansas?
Sounds good to me.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
This is a lot of crowdsourcing.
I mean, I think so. I don't. I don't know. I'm not there yet.
You're focused on Nashville, Tennessee. All right, Colonel. I really watched the post-game show, was texting with you on Saturday after the loss. I'm trying to figure out what has gone on over the last couple of weeks. What have you and your staff decided on being the core reasons for this 4 of 5 skid for the Missouri basketball team?
The SEC is really hard, and it's a grind, and Missouri hit its bad patch at the wrong time. Individually, none of those games are super concerning, right? They go to Fayetteville, and Arkansas is playing well, and they just lose a game where they don't play particularly well. That's explainable on that night. The Vanderbilt game, they actually played, I thought, pretty well most of the night. Had a terrible last 40 seconds, and Vanderbilt made just enough plays. So that one, you don't like it, but it happens. The Oklahoma one, I thought it was pretty clear. Hey, they just, it's hard to convince 20-year-old kids in a half-empty arena against a team they beat 3 weeks ago by 24 points that they're going to have to try. And I think that was that one. Kentucky's a good team. If Kentucky and Missouri play 10 times, they probably split 5-5. I think they're very similar teams. So individually, they're all explainable. It's the fact that they were all kind of bunched together. And I do wonder that, the Vandy game, if the way that went shook them a little bit and maybe knocked them down confidence-wise from where they were. I don't know that. It's just a little bit of a guess. And look, I think Caleb Grill has gotten a little bit tired. I mean, that kid has to work so hard to get open the last month and a half of the season. I would be interested. I would love to put a GPS tracker on him during a game and see how much he runs. And twice a week that takes its toll. And you can't talk all year about how good this conference is and how deep this conference is, and then just throw everything away and say, well, we should never lose 4 out of 5 games. I mean, most teams in this league have. A&M lost 4 in a row. Arkansas lost 5 in a row. I looked it up today. Kentucky hasn't won 3 straight SEC games all year. It's part of what this league is. It's just when it happens in the last 2.5 weeks of the season, we put more weight in it.
Yeah, it happens in the NBA. It happens in college. When the talent level is pretty similar, you never really know. You can't just count on winning just because it looks like you should.
Right, and I think way too often we don't pay any attention to other teams. We just get tunnel vision on the one team we follow, and, hey, that team should get better every game and we should always beat this team, and we just don't pay attention to everybody else. And, hey, these are good teams too. Arkansas, most people think Arkansas has more talent than Missouri. Hey, they beat them there. It happens. The Vandy one, again, the way it happened was bad. The Oklahoma one is the only one that I say that really shouldn't have happened. And if Missouri wins either of those games, are we having the same conversations we're having right now?
Yeah. So do they go in the SEC tournament thinking they got to play super hard now and get the highest seed they can, or do they? I don't know. Rest it's kind of a tough balance, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to win that first game, especially because, hey, you're the higher seed. It's against a team you've already beaten, and I do think it would do this team some good to see something go their way, right? Just go prove, hey, we can still do this. The Friday game against Florida is interesting. I mean, the team should go out and try to win every game it plays. Don't get me wrong. And if you can go beat Florida in the second round, then what you're going to tell everybody is, hey, that team that started out and so hot and rose to number 14 in the country, like, that's still in there. We can still do this. I have questioned for weeks whether you really want to go. I mean, Missouri's path theoretically, I think, would be like Florida, Alabama, Auburn. I don't really know if you want to do that on back-to-back-to-back days, then come home late Sunday night and fly out somewhere Tuesday afternoon. I'm not sure that's the best long-term thing, but you can find examples every year of teams that either finished strong and got beat in the first round, or like last year, I think Alabama lost 4 of its last 5 and made the Final Four. So, there's probably no real rhyme or reason to it.
I'm assuming, Gabe, the Tiger fans were very calm and reasonable post-game wise on Saturday for you and Power Mizzou.
Mostly, yeah. Everything is terrible. And look, losing 4 out of 5, like, it's not great. I understand, and there were higher goals for this team than what they're going to enter the postseason with. But my biggest issue is, well, we lost as a 3 seed in 1992, so we're never winning in the NCAA. Like, what past Missouri teams have done in the NCAA tournament has no bearing on this one, right? It is possible this team has 2 games left and they're going to lose both of them. It is also possible that they get into the NCAA tournament, and those first 2 days, Caleb Grill hits 7 threes, and Missouri blows 2 teams out, and we're talking about the Sweet 16 in 2 weeks. Like, both of those things are certainly on the spectrum.
Gabe, one thing I did learn from the post-game show is this PR campaign you're on for Jacob Cruz. What's that all about?
I don't know. I was unaware of that, frankly, until I got that call. I get it. When things go bad, everybody wants a reason, and everybody lashes out in a different way. I don't know. I think Jacob Cruz and Dennis Gates would be surprised to find out I've been on such a campaign for him. I mean, I was surprised. So.
Big picture, though, you did mention how much fun you had covering this team, and I don't know if this is your 23rd, 24th season. And like Doug's been clamoring to bring the Girl Next Door competition back, to get that little edge back as well. So just tell us how fun the season was and what it meant to you.
Yeah, I mean, it was, that Alabama game was like, if you don't enjoy that, then quit watching sports. The KU game and that being back and actually being competitive and Missouri winning it was fun. I just, and I had a lot of people say during the course of the year, and I agreed with them, this team is really fun to watch. Like, even Sunday or Saturday, they lost the game, but that was a good game to watch. They're an entertaining team. And I understand that I think we've become even more so this way in the last few years. If you don't win a title, then nobody enjoys the season. Like, it's a bad year for everybody except one team. I think that's a terribly wrong-headed approach to take, but I understand it is the approach most people take. I think that, especially in college basketball, I think it's become such a niche sport. Like, most people do not pay attention to college basketball until this week. I mean, most people will look up and go, yeah, I didn't know that team was good, and fill out a bracket and say, oh, Texas A&M's a 3 seed. Who knew, But then we'll make sweeping judgments on what happens in those next 3 weeks. So I think college basketball, more than anything else, we kind of ignore the actual ride and put it all in the last 3 weeks. And I'm not saying it's not important. Obviously, it is important what you do in the NCAA tournament. But regardless of how the next 2 weeks go, like, I would put this in the 3 or 4 most entertaining Missouri basketball seasons to follow in the last 20 years, which maybe that says more about most of the rest of the last 20 years than it does this one. I don't know.
When we get around to the tournament, would you say the template for Missouri's success is what happened in that Arkansas game? Mitchell's got to be good inside, and Grill's got to hit a bunch of three-pointers? Is that too simplistic?
I mean, I think they have to score. Like, they're not going in the – and I thought Saturday, and I got pushback on this, I didn't think they lost Saturday because the defense was bad. I mean, they gave up 91 points, but they also gave up about 16 of those points when they were fouling in the last 3 minutes. You know, they're going to have to win games 85-80 rather than, 68-65. And they had 29 points at halftime. I mean, they held Kentucky to 4 points in the first 8 minutes of that game and only had a 7-point lead because they just weren't making shots. They've had too many careless turnovers. The fouls have evened out a little bit. And that's not blaming officiating. That is just a simple fact. Most of the year, Missouri was shooting so many more free throws than its opponents. Now, during these last 5 or 6 games, it's been either against Missouri or pretty even. So they've got to find a way to get to the line. They've got to find a way to quit putting the other team on the line. But more than anything, they've got to make shots. I mean, when this team was good, they were so good offensively that we just didn't really even talk about the defense, and they're capable of that. But I don't think they can go into the NCAA tournament and beat somebody if they're going to score 70.
I'm trying to think. Mark Mitchell's playing at such a high level. I know Kobe Brown, he had a little bit more of an inside-out game. Is Mark Mitchell the best interior player since Ratliff, Johnson? I mean, he is just
I think Alex Oriaki was really good for a year. And Mitchell is offensively, yes. Now, it's weird, too, because 15 minutes into that game against Kentucky, I was thinking, Mark Mitchell can't make a layup. Like, what's going on here? And then, obviously, he turns on. He's been really good the last 6-8 games. I think potential second-team All-SEC type of guy when that comes out this week. I'd like to see more from him defensively. I know that's not necessarily his role, but I think this team needs him to be a little bit better defensively. But he's had a great year. I think Mitchell and Grill are what you count on. Like those two have to be good for you to go anywhere in March. If we run into a game where Mark Mitchell has 6 points and 4 rebounds, and Missouri's in trouble. If we run into one where Caleb Grill's 2 for 11, Missouri's probably going home. So those two guys have to be at least what you've come to expect them to be, and then somebody else has to help them. It doesn't have to be the same guy every night, but somebody has to. And, Tamar Bates is obviously struggling right now. Tony Perkins, I thought, was good on Saturday until he got hurt. Ant Robinson is either Melvin Booker or somebody on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, and there doesn't seem to be any in between. And I think the biggest problem right now, they're getting nothing out of Trent Pierce, and the options behind him mean you have to take Josh Gray and Jacob Cruz and kind of mix and match based on matchups, and it really becomes a chess game, and you have to be right.
Gabe, I wanted to ask you about Marcus Denman, the former Missouri player who was arrested and charged with robbery with a dangerous weapon in Oklahoma. Do you know anything more about this story that came out over the weekend?
Not really. I mean, you read the story, and it's really bizarre. A lot of weird stuff going on. Rents a car in Kansas City, his cousin, and goes down to Oklahoma and robs somebody who had $15,000 in cash who was supposedly going back to Kansas City. I'm not going to pretend to guess. I know that Marcus grew up in circumstances that probably nobody on this radio show exactly can identify with. That is not an excuse. If he did this, it's obviously terrible. But I know that there, a few years ago at his cousin's funeral, gunfire broke out. There's been kind of violence and bad circumstances around him and some of the people he grew up with for a long time. It's too bad, obviously. I mean, look, I think it's also a lesson that we don't really know any of these people, right? And what goes on, we just watch them play football or basketball. It doesn't mean we know a heck of a lot about what goes on in their lives away from that.
The story, for those of you not familiar, is KSHB.com. Former Missouri star Marcus Dedman charged with robbery with dangerous weapon in Oklahoma. Gabe DeArmond every Monday here on TMA and every Friday. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Read him and his staff at powermizzou.com as Missouri gets underway in the SEC tournament this Thursday. Thank you, Colonel.
That's how we finish on a high note and leave them feeling good.
Amen.
Let's finish up with that.
Hey, how about Nick Bolton? $45 million from your Chiefs. Good old Mizzou.
There you go. Good for Nick Bolton. Happy for him. More positive note there.
That's thank you, Colonel.
Mike Bush says you want to end on a happy note, Tim.
Is that right?
So that was it. Making a difference, Nick Bolton.
That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. James Carlton presents him every Monday and Friday. Thank you, James.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good one.
All right,
Thanks,
it
James.
is the TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is 101 ESPN. Doug, you gave Mary J. Blige Mount Rushmore earlier.
Oh, okay.
And here was your Abraham Lincoln. Real love, of course, being the George Washington.
Is that right? Okay.
And then Mary J. Blige has kicked the Blues out of the Enterprise Center this week?
Yeah, it's the reason that the Blues aren't playing this week. It's because of Mary J.
Why are you letting the fluffy guy off the hook?
Him too. Yeah, both of them.
Don't worry, be fluffy.
The fluffy guy.
That's Friday night.
You going to go?
Toby Mac is Saturday. How about for your birthday? Take you to see Don't Worry, Be Fluffy.
It would actually be a better. No offense to Mr. Iglesias, but if I didn't have to go.
If you could not.
Yeah.
Your request, your birthday request is to not go.
And that's no shot at him.
No, clearly. No, not at all.
How much would you pay not to go?
$5.
$5.
$5.
Well, if it was like pay $100 or go to give, I would go to the show.
Oh, you would.
There's not that many comedians I would pay a lot or like want to go see.
Right.
There's some.
Price.
There's some, but not a ton, I would say.
Is there not going to be any talk about the Cougars? And I'm not talking about Sharon and Clayton Sanibel or the stay-at-home Ledoux mom. That's from Rooster.
We did.
Rooster is panty.
And a little vertical tee or horizontal tees. We'll have the coach on tomorrow right about this time.
We talked some Cougars. We played the clip of the scissors. Had the scissors up in the framed above the locker room, up on the wall.
Yeah.
Broke them out. We'll talk scissors with Coach Barone tomorrow.
Yeah, 9 o'clock he's going to join us.
Yeah.
I prefer a man cleanly shaven from hole to belly button. None of this bird's nest stuff.
Go.
Get it together, gentlemen. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So Rooster asks for a cougar, and then he gets the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Literally the next text.
From hole to belly button. Which hole?
Flip that off.
Jeez. I'm pretty sure at this point she's a he.
Oh, you think? You think?
Pretty sure. Doug's been there already. I'm now convinced.
Jackson and I are vigilant. That's a real
come on, it's a
No,
woman.
she has a monogramming business.
Well, then call in right now. Call in right now.
I don't know about that.
I'm going to need to hear your voice.
She won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
She did.
Or the month, I'm sorry, in January. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
First ever female to win.
Some of
I'm
her
a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
Some of her lingo, her language, writing about, likes to talk about cranks and stuff. I'm going to say it's a guy playing a gal.
Yeah.
Doug's with me.
The wedding tackle says Tim didn't like being called out there. Guy wanted to
Did you
hear
get
about
called out?
SIUE, but we talked about him. I don't know. I mean, I was fine with it. I think that's kind of, we sit here and get called out for 4 hours every day.
Oh, gosh, that's sick. I'm thinking of Rennie right now.
Oh, come on, Frank.
Oh, let's go on a little Frank binge. Come on.
Frank, do you like chocolate bunnies?
By the way, Central Arkansas, Tim is the Mizzou.
Confirmed. That was crowdsourcing. I think I was crowdsourcing. Did your guys X crash? That's from the 314. Doug, these are kind of bullet point texts.
Crash.
I got it up right now. Looks like it's working.
Okay. We're all going to stop the show now.
Well, if someone
see if X is working.
If someone asks a question, then I can answer it quickly.
Yeah,
and
okay.
There we go.
Mine's working.
I just found out that former Jags tight end Evan Ingram is visiting with the Broncos. SportsCenter update in the middle of the segment here.
How about that? I'm playing bridge at Old Warson. I can't call in. You're darling, Martin. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And she's playing bridge.
Do you think anyone under the age of 40 has ever played a game of bridge?
Under the age of 40.
I wouldn't know how to
that's
play.
That's the cutoff.
40 seems
that's just coming from somebody who's 27. And I get it. Listen, when I was 27, 40 seemed ancient. But the idea that 40 is the cutoff for bridge.
No, but I feel like bridge.
Maybe put 70
You think
on
they're
that
like
number.
40-year-old women right now playing bridge?
Not a
I
lot.
don't think so.
Not a lot. If it was like Mahjong, I would say 70.
Used to be a big thing. Bridge clubs were a big thing. When I was a kid, my parents were in a bridge club, and once a month they'd get together with their friends and play cards.
I'm not even really sure what the game is.
I'm not either. I never figured it out.
Play a little euchre?
I haven't played that either.
Pinochle?
No.
I always thought those bridge clubs were just code for drinking. I mean, everybody.
Possible swinging.
Wow.
Well, I don't know that my
right,
parents were swingers.
No, I'm not saying
they were certainly in a bridge club.
I'm not saying your parent. I'm just saying
assassinated.
bridge. Like if you were going to have some sort of clandestine swinging organization, I think
Clandestine swinging.
Is it possible they just enjoyed having dinner and then playing some cards with their friends?
100%. I'm
without
saying if
swinging?
you were to try to cover it up, something like a book club, bridge club, travel group, all of these things would be effective covers, I think.
For swinging.
Or, yeah.
Or what else?
General debauchery.
Oh.
General debauchery, line one. By the way, nobody's called in. I've asked the stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She's busy with bridge.
Got a good hand right now.
We also asked the guy who doesn't iron his shirt. He didn't call in. What's going on? Where are the people?
I am not a woman.
Sound like Doug.
Go F yourself, pale. I think he was referencing Gabe with a send-off on a low note. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood.
Why do I have to F
I don't
off?
know.
I didn't say one.
You need
Says,
to.
go F yourself, pale. I think he was referencing Gabe with a send-off on a low note.
Is he talking about the wedding tackle? But I didn't. Why am I having that?
I don't think
off?
you're part of this.
He said pale.
I know it shouldn't have been you.
Wedding tackle's a texter.
Didn't wedding tackle text you about getting called out?
He texted.
Or text
Called
the show.
out for what?
I don't know.
It's when the last story with Gabe was Marcus Denman, and he said, "Yeah, great way to end the talk."
What was that like? How's that calling anybody
I don't
out?
know, but that's
I don't know,
what
but
he's
I
saying.
agree with Doug that I think that's what they referenced, but I'm not sure now how Jackson has been roped in on this.
He should have fallen on the.
What did I get called out about?
That someone texted in. Tim didn't
Wedding
like
tackle texted in. I didn't like being called out.
And
right,
we are
so
surmising that
I
it was
think Stephen
Gabe.
Wildwood's text
Called out by Gabe?
That's what we're thinking, that he didn't like the topic of Denman.
I thought it was about the not talking SIUE thing.
Oh. That's what Banny Rooster was unhappy about.
Oh.
But I think
I need a flow chart.
I think Banny Rooster came after tackle. Let's. Is there a
The woman station was just something that hit me like a bolt of lightning.
Chairman Steve is back. I'm 54. You said 40 is old.
Oh, I didn't say 40 was old. I didn't say 40 was old.
But you said there are 40-year-old women playing bridge.
No, I was asking, do you think anyone under 40 has ever played bridge?
Has ever played it? Maybe somebody has, I'm sure.
Or like actively
Certainly
is like
not
playing
most.
bridge, yeah.
When people sit down to play cards now, it's what, poker usually, right?
Uno.
Gin.
People still play Uno a lot.
But that's a special type of card.
Yeah, it's for the high rollers.
It's fun. You ever played Uno?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you did after the Mizzou game?
I would have been open to it.
Went and
Maybe a
played
game of
Uno?
Yahtzee.
You were spotted, though, at the local hamburger joint,
At the
dancing or
Denny's?
something, Denny's.
If I was to go dancing by myself in Columbia, though, I'm not going to a diner. There's plenty of places to go.
But sometimes you do take yourself dancing.
Miley Cyrus had the song Flowers. She talks about taking herself dancing. But I've never done that, although I do love to dance.
You do?
Sure.
Oh.
The music's right.
Yeah.
But I don't do it by myself.
That Flowers is a good song.
It is real good.
What is going on right now? I consider myself a professional random thought tracker, but you guys lost me for the first time ever. Look, a squirrel. Doug, that's from Shooter McGavin.
Yeah. That'll do it to us. If we see something out the window, we're going to stop talking about what we're discussing and look at the squirrel.
Look, a squirrel.
So this is the show, huh?
Get involved in the program, 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're also welcome to text in, 314-399-9646. And you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Per the top 40 under 40, I'm still under 40, and yes, I've played bridge. Stop talking, Jackson. That's from Harrison's brother, Mass.
Gosh.
Top 40 under 40 for what?
Oh, no.
Cottleville Times.
Does this segment
40
get
under 40?
Does this segment get placed on the podcast page? And if so, does it have a label to describe what was discussed?
Yeah,
in the
that's the task, chairman's task. Is
Can I offer up just
show
mass
notes.
confusion?
Yeah, I'd say that's been the gist of the segment here in the Mark Hanna 9 o'clock hour. But a lot of
We're going to
times,
sponsor
Well,
for the
it's, you know,
disastrous segment.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
they know what they're getting, and but I think there's a lot of time left in the segment for us to really
kick it into gear here.
Well, just get our feet underneath us. You know, so often I think that's our problem.
Right now we have legs akimbo.
Yeah, legs right there. Something about being shaved, hold a mouth or something. I don't know. Now I'm just talking.
Home to do, Mom. Mark Hanna's online at evergreenstl.com. 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Everyone needs a financial advisor, and that is just the way that it is. And Mark Hanna is the kind of person, when you get off the phone talking with him, you're going to feel even better about your situation, because now you're going to have a plan and you're going to work with one of the best. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. STL.com. That's Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA. Harrison's brother Master says he's in the 40 under 40 in the St. Louis Business Journal.
Oh.
Well, what's his business?
I can source that. So hope he's. If that's the case, then I'll eat my words.
So he's listed in St. Louis Business Journal as Harrison's brother.
I wouldn't
Master?
count on that.
Yeah, he's perfect.
Tell these nut jobs to stop complaining. Enjoy the randomness of the show, you Hoosiers. That's from It's Your Boy Fuzz.
Okay. I see one text we got says simply Pete. That's the text.
Just says Pete. Mm-hmm. Was that the catchphrase of the day? Are you giving away tickets?
It says Pete.
So if you want to go see the Fluff Show, you have to text in the word Pete. Mm-hmm. We've got your tickets, Fuzz.
Oh, God almighty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Are you in the market for jewelry? Are you thinking about getting engaged in the next few months? Well, if you are, then you need to work with Moritz Reusch. Moritz Reusch, located across from the St. Louis Galleria in Clayton, near Highway 40 and I-170. That's where you're going to find Moritz Reusch with the quality and the value that is second to none. Moritz Reusch can work within your budget, and you will always receive a great value for your dollar. Go online at ninjabling.com to work with Dan and the family at Moritz Reusch. ninjabling.com. Listen, if you're thinking about getting engaged, you want to be guided by a family and a business that cares and knows your budget is important and making sure you get the right engagement ring. That's where Moritz Reusch can help you out. They're online at ninjabling.com, located right across from the St. Louis Galleria on the 15th floor of the tower, and that's right at Highway 40 and 170. It's Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com.
swivel, heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Doug, does this one get you fired up?
Yes, it does.
Jackson, you have a wonderful little hockey question in here.
Do I?
What block?
Oh, yeah.
The
Good
block
one.
we're in.
Yes.
What happened, buddy? Where'd you go this weekend? Where'd your mind go? Was it just...
It's this losing streak,
left your
Martin.
It's left your body. Your
My
brain
mind is
left.
constantly moving. You know, I'm all over the place. I got wavelengths.
Are you out of your scripts?
Huh?
Off your meds?
Yes. Today I am, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you really?
Mm-hmm. This is...
Well, that might be part of it.
This is me. This is Jackson unscrewed.
So you really are out of medication, Doug?
I did not take any today, yeah.
Holy crap.
No.
Were you just... Did you know that, Martin?
I was just half kidding. I kind of felt like something was askew, so I just thought I'd check on his meds.
But we really can't have you not take your medicine.
Is my performance that bad?
Well, it's not up to your standard, and that bar is over here.
I mean, well, but this program standard might be the lowest in the market's history.
It's true. Certainly.
And Martin, we were sitting together in July of 2004 in Webster Groves, Missouri. And to present day, never have we had a moment where the person who's running the board just strolled back like 20 seconds late while there was dead air. Like
Sure,
there was
Nickel
nothing
never
wrong.
did that.
Nobody.
Stedman never did that.
I guess, Jackson, he pretty much runs a perfect offense, so I guess just something slipped up. But now that I hear that there may be cause and effect.
No, that was just me underestimating how much time we had left. And I guess maybe...
But if you're not clicking on all cylinders, it could be related.
Yeah, but that had
So
nothing to do
what
with
does it do?
it.
You ran out of medicine?
No, I just didn't take it this morning.
Wow. And why?
I got in my car and realized, about halfway, I was like, I guess I didn't take it. I mean, the first 3 years of me producing this program, I wasn't taking it, so but you'll be all right. I am really sorry about
This is not life-saving medicine that you need to get through 24 hours.
No. But I am really sorry about coming back late from that. It's
right.
That was bad. That was bad.
Nobody really cares.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I know, but
100%. But when Martin threw that out, I'm like, I figured you were just. But there's really.
Yeah. No.
Wow.
This is just me and my brain.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Sean's sticky sock is on your side. Martin is a bigger jerk than I thought, and that is saying something. Wow, I didn't like the fact that I brought it up. I was being helpful, I thought, like workshopping with you, that you just didn't seem yourself.
Yeah, I think.
And I was going to offer to go pick up your script.
Like me, on Friday, where I'm just like over here hammering on getting all the text names in there.
That's right.
That's the medicine really doing its
That took a
finest
lot
work.
out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were dialed in on that.
Because it was pharmaceutically
enhanced.
Yeah, they're enhanced. That's the right word
Okay,
there,
thank
Doug.
you.
Good. See, if I was on my Adderall, I would have had that right there.
Hey, guys, real talk. Bragging about being listed in the 40 under 40 in the Business Journal is the saddest moment in this show's history, overtaking Buck Swope texting Tim directly about his well-deserved email of the day loss last week. Thank you. That's from Big Tough. Doug, do you think that was the saddest moment?
No, if I can add a little
many.
I'll add a little sadness to it. I looked up the list and I don't see his name on there. So that
So you know Harrison's brother Master?
I know his real name, yeah.
Wow. How about that, Doug? So he's making up that he was in the 40.
Unless I'm on the wrong list, but I was looking at St. Louis Business Journal 40 under 40, and there was no masturbator on there.
Oh.
Players don't ask to be overpaid in a city.
I guess Iggy.
I just thought it was a nice little interlude.
I think Iggy being berated by Lisa Ann might have been the saddest moment.
I was in my little booth at that time, and I pulled my hoodie over my head, scrunched it tight, and took my headphones. I was so uncomfortable. And I wasn't even in the studio
That
at the
could have
time.
been sad.
Yeah, that was tough.
Good morning. We all stand with Big Tough. That's from Jackson's Butt Bro. So it sounds like, Doug, the audience is in solidarity over that being the saddest moment in the show's history.
I don't think it is.
What's your Mount Rushmore, Doug, of saddest moments in the history of this show?
Oh, we've had a lot.
There's that time when everybody got fired, then rehired, and then they got fired, and then they got rehired. You got a gift card on the way back.
Hold on, you're not done. There's still a few more
They
cycles.
got fired, then they got rehired.
The Fats on the fan pin have a theory that Martin is driving Jackson off the show. That's from Doug's prison wallet. No. Martin, are you driving Jackson
I'm
off
trying to help. Jackson is like my little brother, and I saw something was askew, and I thought maybe I can go, like during onboarding, I'll ask for permission to run over to the CVS and grab your scripts.
It's like when you took my Advil and you might accidentally, who knows what you ended up taking.
We were roommates in Florida, and I dipped into your Advil, and he said, oh my God, you might have taken my
It was a real
medicine."
fruit salad in there.
Is that right? Is that fruit salad? Do you like that term for medication?
I don't care for it.
I dumped out an Advil. I took the jar said Advil. Granted, it's none of my business. It's next to your bed, but I thought I just needed an Advil. And then later he said, you may have taken the Adderall. You may have taken the hair medication. I said, I have no idea.
That's the fruit salad.
Your hair does look good.
I did. I consolidated all my medications in one pill bottle, and I don't know.
Bad idea.
I know what I look at what I'm about to put in my body. Yeah. Martin was the one who just slam hammered in there.
Dig it in.
Yeah. I think you might have taken an Advil and a little Propecia.
I know. That next day, I was so focused, and my hair was spectacular.
It's not addictive. The
It has an immediate effect.
is not addictive, so you'll be all right.
Guys, Harrison's brother Master has definitely hit on Sharon and Clayton at Bar Napoli. That's from Arbor Day. Boy, he's able to connect the dots. They have met and hung out at Napoli.
He must have some information. He wouldn't just say that.
My goodness. Martin, you're great. I'm very sarcastic. Just so you know, that's from Sean Sticky Sock. So he's back, and it sounds like he's on board.
Okay.
It's tough sometimes to tell sarcasm like via text. Just not even with like this show, but like you're texting the buddy and they text you something, you don't know if they're being sarcastic or not. Like there needs to be some sort of like...
There is a code for that. You type some capital letters, some small letters in the word.
SpongeBob meme. But then it's like, I don't know. It's not the same.
That's a lot of work, too.
It is.
Uppercase, lowercase.
Yeah.
Guys, my plumber buddy deals some coke on the side. Does he need to drop by? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Jackson, do you like a little bump?
No, thank you. No narcotics. No controlled substances, only the ones I'm prescribed.
Although it would be kind of fun just in the lobby to have, because there's a lot of different stations here. Like, yeah, I'm with the band. We're playing Courtney's show at 9:30. Oh, great. Who are you? Yeah, we got some donuts for the Riz show. Okay, and you? Coke for the TMA guys.
Needed a little pick-me-up. Doug, you're getting refuted in the text inbox, including by Harrison's brother Master, who says Iggy getting cucked by Lisa Ann was actually the greatest moment in show history. And Yasiel the Boy Puig says that's the case as well. That was truly the greatest moment in TMA history. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig.
Didn't feel like the greatest moment in our history.
Hey, handsome boys, and especially Tim. Just thought you would like to know I got my sweet pink nipples pierced this weekend.
Oh, why are they sweet?
I'll send some pics after hours. Wink, wink. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. And Doug, he is a passionate Missouri fan who wants to send in pictures of his pierced.
I'm a gentleman with a little bit smaller nipple.
I think
Why do we need to know that?
I think he's the same texter who told me my buddy, former Fox 2 photographer, was having another kid out on the East Coast.
Shrimply Pibbles.
And when I texted the great Dave Cruz, he said, how do you know this? And I said, Shrimply Pibbles told me. And I had to...
My nipples are hard. I am excited.
Too much nipple talk right now.
Yeah. Blues and Penguins.
He had nice nipples.
Thursday.
Gosh.
Back out on the road, the boys will be.
Long break,
little downtime. They deserve it, Jackson, after what happened.
Jackson, he really did in segment 9-2, which I believe we're in, has a hockey question. Now, you were surprised when I said that, but it is your work, right? Or did Chairman enter the Stiefel dossier?
I did write the question, and I'll read it.
So these are not AI generated.
No.
This is not AI. This is you.
No, this is me. Is there a difference in hockey guys who fit in and vibe with the St. Louis fan base than there is for baseball guys? If so, how does it differ, and who are some examples of both?
Hockey? Are you talking about fans?
What do you mean?
With the vibe.
Well, what do I mean?
Well, like...
Is there a difference in hockey guys who fit in and vibe with the St. Louis fan base than there is for baseball guys? So are you saying fans or players? Fans?
Fans.
Guys who fit in with the vibe.
Tim, am I lost?
Now that I'm aware of the medication situation, I can't get enough of it because it's off the rails.
No.
It reminds me, Jackson refuses to watch what I think is one of the best movies of all time, of course, The Girl Next Door with Alicia Cuthbert.
That's right.
And Emil Hirsch is drugged by Timothy Oliphant. And it becomes clear that he's not right. And then you start to realize that that is the case. And I feel like that's what we're witnessing here today.
Jeff, please pick up your son after hours today, if you don't mind.
No, I'm saying like fan favorites, like Cardinal and Blues fan favorites. Do they is it a similar personality or the way they conduct themselves for the Blues and for the Cardinals? Is there a difference?
Popular players.
Yeah, fan
It's
favorites.
usually a matter of how good they are.
I know. Okay.
If you're a superstar with the Cardinals, you're going to be the fan favorite.
Okay. Tim, work with me. Is there
That's not
a
always
difference
the case at all, by the way.
in hockey guys?
You just got talking.
I've asked Jack Flaherty about being a really good player and then being loved by the fan base.
I got to tell you something. That's a nice counterpoint by our non-drugged up friend.
Yeah, sober as the Dickens. Please, Martin.
You're about to ask a question.
Well, I'm just looking for help. Is there a difference in hockey guys?
Yes.
Now, hockey guys, I was thinking fans, but it's okay, who fit in and vibe with the STL fan base than there is for baseball guys.
Would you like to ask? Would you like me to ask you in Greek?
So, how does it differ? And who are examples of both?
There's no invisible ink. Like the question, that's the question right there.
I feel like the professor in like college is just effing with the class.
Guys, I love Jackson, but today he's the guy at the party who thought the gummies were 2.5 milligrams, but they were actually 25 milligrams, and he's just trying to stay cool. I am in tears. That's from Arbor Day.
Hockey guys who fit in and vibe with the thing. Is there a difference? Like fans love.
You're reading
cheese.
this like it's the Da Vinci Code. All I'm asking is,
can you give me an example?
Yadier Molina is an absolute fan favorite of the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals.
Agreed.
Fan favorite of the St. Louis Blues is
Chaser.
Kelly Chase.
That's a great example.
Is there a difference?
Do you see a difference in where the fan base gravitates towards in terms of their fan favorites from the baseball team to the hockey team? Is there a different personality, or do you think it's very similar?
To what the fans are attracted to, you mean? Or
I got talked down to earlier asking questions.
I'm going to say, how about if I just say yes?
Sufficient. That'll do. I really thought this was a good one, too.
I still don't understand it.
About it. It's like sometimes I'm like, this question kind of stinks. This one I actually felt pretty good at.
Walk me through it. Give me your version of it.
Like when I think of like Yachty, I think the reason like why fans love him not only is because he's such a great player, is because like he wouldn't let crap slide. Like he would protect. Like I think Brandon Phillips, that was a perfect example of a guy talking smack on the Cardinals and the fan base and all that. And he was like, "Oh, you're not going to do that you're not going to do that with my team."
Okay.
Do you think there's something similar when it comes to like Blues players who are the fan favorites outside of like Tarasenko and Ryan O'Reilly and Binnington, guys who are like absolute stars?
I got the answer for you.
Please, Tim.
St. Louisans, but I think sports fans in general, but St. Louisans love, number one, blue collar, but overall, guys who stick up for their teammates, and Kelly Chase and Yadier Molina would be under that umbrella.
Yeah.
Not in talent or accomplishment. Like Chaser's not a Hall of Fame caliber player.
But look at Tony Twist, not a Hall of Fame caliber player.
I'm saying, but it
beat ass.
So that's not a factor.
Or like Pat Maroon. I think like Pat Maroon. Not only is he a local guy, but like if someone was talking the mic'd up moment against the Bruins when he's like, "You guys are effed," like that moment alone, like instantly makes you a fan favorite. Obviously, like guys like David Freese who had clutch moments. Yeah, you're going to be forever remembered. But
so then the answer is no, there is not a difference.
Yeah, that's a sufficient answer.
So either answer is correct. Yes or no.
Well, if you show your work, I'm willing to
show your work. Professor Burkett.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is if like,
if you show your work.
Sometimes you have to show your work.
Is it one of those blue book that I fill out like the paragraph to paragraph?
Yeah, that would be a sufficient answer. Either one.
I don't know if you get this sense, but I do. It feels like maybe Cardinal players are a higher level of celebrity than the Blues players, or at least treated that way. I don't know if it's because baseball has more broad appeal than hockey. It just seems like a Cardinal star player is considered a little bit bigger star than a Blues star player. Maybe I'm off on that.
I think that might be like Major League Baseball is just a little bit more popular in the NHL. A little bit, probably decent amount.
It seems like the Blues players are a little bit more relatable, maybe.
Yeah.
And
I think there's more opportunity for
the
stuff.
Cardinal players, the stars anyway, get recognized everywhere they go.
Right.
And so they're treated like that nonstop.
I think hockey guys also have more of an opportunity to become fan favorites. Like, if a guy goes out, gets hurt, has to get stitched up, and then is right back on the ice, who's gonna be like, that's not my guy? That's like the greatest thing you've ever seen.
Right.
It doesn't happen that often in baseball.
Okay, I'm sending the plumber. This is ridiculous. And full disclosure, I don't buy Coke from him. Haven't done it since the mid-'90s. Maybe some weed and mushrooms, but that's about it. Thanks. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood, Doug, kind of with a list of his...
Didn't really ask for...
Could be really awkward in the lobby.
When the plumber is here to see Jackson.
Is there something over the counter you could take? There's a CVS across the street.
I'm not like...
This is how it all started. I offered to go pick it up.
But like it's not like when I'm not on Adderall, like I can't, form a coherent sentence.
Right.
Like I can't, like I'm doing fine. Yeah. Obviously I came back late. That was on me. But everything else, I'm feeling pretty good.
No offense, Jackson. That question was the barbecue baked lays of all questions. Think about it.
That is a bad chip.
Barbecue baked lay?
Yeah, baked chips. I remember that. That was a big thing. Those were bad.
Tim Fancy Mayonnaise says, I thought it was a good question.
How about that?
I like the term fancy mayonnaise. That's like an aioli. now I'm just going to start thinking about BLTs.
Doug, I'm thinking about Dr. Brandon Pryor, and I can't stop thinking about him. He's online at 100westdental.com. That's where you can find him. And if you're interested in Invisalign, what Dr. Brandon Pryor can do for you is if you give him my name, you get $1,000 off at 100 West Dental. Here's the deal. Everybody understands the program, and so let's just talk about it honestly. Most people are not necessarily looking forward to going to the dentist, but the reality is dental health can impact medical health. So you've got to make sure you get your teeth checked twice a year. And it is so easy to get in to see the people at 100 West Dental with their world-class technology in the new offices they built right off of Manchester in Baldwin. No phone call is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability, and you can book right then and there. No dental insurance. That's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Steph Curry has accepted a role with his alma mater, Davidson, as an assistant general manager for the basketball program, university officials told ESPN this morning. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Martin, you sticking around past onboarding?
I got one more segment here.
Wow.
Heim says they're actually in meeting, so he'll be a little late today.
Oh, wow. So there's a break.
But he's going to address all of us in, 7 months.
Nice. I'm looking forward to talking it over with him. In 7 months, we'll be able to talk with Heim Bloom. Martin, you want to tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Yeah, designairservice.com is the website for all your heating and cooling needs. It was cold, so you needed the heat on, and now it's going to get warmer, and then you'll need the AC on. Make sure it's running properly. If you just need a tune-up, get the folks from Design Air out to your home. Designairservice.com is where you can set up the appointment. And when they come to your home, they're not going to try and upsell you. They work with their team, their technicians ahead of time to make sure they are there, in fact, for the repair, not trying to sell you something you don't need. That's part of the stress these days. When you have issues with your HVAC unit, you don't need a salesperson, you need a great technician, and they send out some handsome fella that gets you back up and running again. It's that simple. Design Air, since 1904, St. Louis-based company, longest-running sponsor. In fact, they'll be closing out this hour with the email of the day, brought to you by Design Air. For all of your HVAC needs, it's designairservice.com.
Doug, Kim Mulkey sideways with the media. Kim Mulkey... She was in St. Louis because her son Kramer Robertson?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. All right.
Yep.
On Saturday, the 3-seed LSU Tigers women's basketball team lost to the 2-seed Texas Longhorns in the SEC tournament semifinals. Part of the reason might be due to head coach Kim Mulkey's absence for most of the week, dealing with a personal matter. But Mulkey made several reporters' personal matters extremely public during the press conference after the loss. During her post-game press conference, Mulkey spied several reporters off to the side and pondered if they were here to get some quick quotes or a quick meal.
Oh, gosh. I know the answer to that one.
Quote, are those media over there or are they just eating? While pointing to the media members who were over there eating.
But there's nothing like seeing the media eat.
Well, was the buffet right next to the dais?
So I've seen the picture. So, because a lady who got called out by Miss Mulkey sent a picture, and she was like, "We're nowhere near the table."
She did, Doug. That was Lulu Kesson.
Oh, Lulu was there.
She sent a screenshot of how far she was away from the media buffet that Kim Mulkey accused her of dining on. One of the reporters in that group, Lulu Kesson of the Greenville News. The Greenville News was there covering it. Who covers South Carolina. She said she was in the building to cover the Gamecocks, not the Tigers, so she wasn't actively involved in the press conference, so imagine her surprise when she got called out while trying to throw down a couple of mozzarella sticks during the game. And in her picture, you can see how far Kim Mulkey is away from her, and she does have 2 mozzarella sticks and a pink beverage sitting in front of her.
Gosh.
I think it's a layout issue. If you do have an area where food is provided, it should be at least a safe distance away from the actual press conference.
From the picture I've seen, there was like a curtain that was like kind of separating where this eating room was, and the press conference was a little bit open. And so I guess she was just getting a wired view.
Cracked a bit.
Kim Mulkey, also known to be a touch salty sometimes.
So she was just looking to poke.
Team just came off a loss.
Kind of trying to be mean.
I don't know.
She was the one who was asked about, who's our gal? That was Brittany
Griner?
Yeah, and then she said, not talking about that.
Right,
remember
her former player at Baylor.
Said, not talking about that.
Right.
But it does lend itself to, you really could, as a coach or whatever, you could have a field day with media that might have a little stain on their shirt from imbibing a couple of hot dogs during the game.
If they're going to call all media members out for eating, we're all in a lot of trouble. I'd have never gotten in the business.
What you got over there? A little ice cream sandwich?
Lulu Kesson did announce, however, that the mozzarella sticks were 10 out of 10, and they were fired, Doug.
So she's owning this.
Here's a take. I think mozzarella sticks are like the real pinto of appetizers.
Oh,
Don't like to blow up if you hit them from behind.
Just a real, a real
I
lemon.
disagree. That means you haven't had a good one.
It just tastes like the sauce you dip it in.
Yeah,
Fried cheese.
Most media
hard
food
pass.
these days is not free, though. People pay for it. They didn't used to, but
at Busch Stadium, it's been going on for a long time because I remember Walt Jocketty one time walked by the buffet line, the old Busch, and he said, "Wow, you guys pay for this?"
Yeah, you do pay.
That is kind of rude. And if they're eating and it's distracting the other media from doing the interview, okay, then call it out. But it sounds like this one was just beyond the curtain, enjoying a mozzarella stick. I enjoy her saying it was a 10 out of 10, like instead of...
Yeah, she's acknowledging it. The YouTube chat active as the day is long with 270 friends gathered at youtube.com/TMA STL. And Chairman Kurt, you're in there talking it over?
I just popped in with a little opinion I thought the people might care about. Lulu's kind of neat.
Doug, Lulu's kind of neat.
You got a pick? Yeah, hold on. I'll be right over.
Well, I didn't mean to say I need to see it.
She's stronger than grandmother's breath.
Oh, gosh.
And then nobody, that is the user's name in the YouTube chat, asks this question. Does J.J. McCarthy do enough in camp/preseason to get the starting job, or is he already locked in as the starter this year?
Martin?
We're taking Vikings.
Those aren't the kind of questions we're prepared to answer.
Next. Injuries from the game. Talk to the trainer. Next.
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care? Okay.
Loved it.
You were 2-7, you'd be in a bad mood too.
Loved it.
All right, if you have Ditka drops...
That was the only Ditka drop.
Okay, you have to have the one where he's doing his sports call-in show on radio, and the guy's getting into it with him, and he says... Come on down here and I'll kick your ass. Or he tells the caller to come on down to the show. And there's a guy from Peoria who stood up to him in a post game. He said, "I'm not going to sit here and be berated by you." He said, "I'm going to leave." And Ditka said, "Fine, get out of here then." They had a whole exchange.
I have the audio of the challenging a caller.
Okay.
You ready?
Sure, I'd love to hear it if you could hit the lever.
Verbal attacks as his team has wins. He's publicly ripped his quarterback. A newspaper reporter
that Mike was holding back, trying not to cry like the baby that he is.
Well, Neil, I tell you what you are, I can't say on the air. But I tell you what, I'm 53 years old, and my office is at 250 North Washington. Anytime you want to meet me there, you call me back on the air. You tell me what time and when, and I'll whip your ass.
Oh, yeah. That's how you do it. Washington, that's how you do it. Come on, here's my address. You tell me when and where, and I'll kick you. Oh, thank you, Mike. In Hoke.
He was just born to be the Bears coach. He was the perfect coach for the Chicago Bears. Perfect.
And they ended up firing him. I don't know how you ever fire Mike Ditka. He was standing on a balcony, and the reporters were like covering him from the balcony. And he leaned over and said, "This too shall pass." Quoted scripture.
Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:50. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring in business in the St. Louis area for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping make sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you will see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason Michael's Flooring has continued to grow throughout the 31 years. Employees love working for Michael as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
No, they don't.
Amen.
It don't seem fair.
Doug, it gets you fired up for the season, which is fast approaching, 17 days away. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello, and it's nice to know we're going to have another team full of players who play for the fans and not for the money. This time that might really be the case.
Garrett Cole might not be playing at all. Garrett Cole, the 2023 AL Cy Young Award winner and one of the best pitchers of his generation, is facing the possibility of Tommy John surgery. Doctors have recommended that Cole undergo the elbow procedure. This is according to The Athletic this morning, which would leave the Yankees without Cole for the entirety of the 2025 season, possibly a significant portion of 2026 due to the timing of his injury. The procedure typically requires a recovery time of 12 to 18 months. Cole is seeking a second opinion, according to the source. The 34-year-old pitcher could still face an extended absence even if he attempts to rehab the injury instead of undergoing surgery. And, Doug, all this does is set up for a blockbuster between the Cardinals and the New York Yankees.
So you think they're going to take one of our pitchers also?
Ooh, package up Fetty and Arenado?
Yeah.
Or Matz?
Sounds like...
What are we going to get in return?
Probably Bubkas.
Bubkas?
But you get to offload. If they took on most of Arenado's contract, as well as Fetty's.
If the Yankees did?
Yeah, for this deal. Would you be on board then, even if, again, they sent back Bubkas?
No, I personally wouldn't, because I'd rather take a shot with what they have than just have a complete, utter meltdown of a season. I don't find that entertaining at all.
The article says the Yankees' limited options remain in free agency include Lance Lynn, Kyle Gibson,
Really?
and Patrick Corbin. So they've got some options.
And nobody wants to touch Trevor Bauer.
I just imagine
he's still out there campaigning for himself.
It's like Cashman goes into the Cardinals' refrigerator and looks at the leftovers. I don't know.
Guys, is Jackson huffing laughing gas today? Dude's giggling like a schoolgirl. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
Oh, you guys are funny. I don't know what to tell you. So I laugh. When something's funny, I laugh.
Okay.
When it rains, you get wet. I don't know what you want. Who sent that in?
Big Tuft.
Big Tuft. Ice cold show today, Tuft.
Ice cold show. Guys, the Yankees need Miles Michaelis, and they can send back Paul Goldschmidt. Doug, that's from the 314.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I
no
do that.
reverse card.
2-for-1 special. Cardinals offload 2 contracts and get an XL New York pizza. Great trade. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Yeah, they got quite a situation developing in New York.
Real issue at third base.
So they got the third base situation. Stanton might not play this year either.
Yeah.
And now Cole, if he has Tommy John.
Yeah. Seems like the Cardinals are the perfect dance partner. We're trying to get rid of a pitcher and a third baseman.
Don't you think the fan base here would really explode in anger if they did that?
I don't think so.
If they did, which move?
Trading Fetty and Arenado to the Yankees?
Well, the anger is already super high. So I don't know if it can get much higher. I also think, I realize you laid it out for nothing in return, but if in fact the Cardinals got prospects, I think that softens as opposed to just a cash dump, even though the thing is a cash dump. I mean, the New York Yankees, they're still a favorite to win the American League, but they are falling apart here with health. They're plus 110 to win the American League East, and they are second to the Dodgers to win the World Series at plus 800. I don't really know how that's possible if you don't have Garrett Cole, you don't have a third baseman, and you don't have Stanton.
Don't have Soto anymore.
And that's before you even get into the season with potential other health issues.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. They did add Goldschmidt. So there's that.
Doug, yes, the fan base be mad and upset and disappointed if they trade Fetty and Nolan.
But here's my question: like, how many? If you were to do a Gallup poll on of the fan base, how many do you think would be like? Do you think this team has the talent to make a run in the playoffs? Like, have a World Series? And if the answer is no, then if you think you'll get better down the road by letting guys have more runway, wouldn't then logic tell you that they wouldn't be too upset by the move because that's kind of how it has to happen?
I think this actually sums it up right here. No, the fans have been expecting it all offseason. If anything, fans are mad that they kept them. That's from the 314. I don't know if that part, that's the only part of that I'm going to disagree with. It was literally listed by John Mozeliak as the first, second, and third priority was to trade Nolan Arenado, and then you're not able to do it. So that's, I think, what the core is. If the organization has set out this new game plan and priority 1, 2, and 3 of the game plan is to trade Nolan Arenado, and then you don't do it, then your entire offseason, which on one side of things featured literally the acquisition of Michael Hellman, and then on the other side of it, not being able to reach 1, 2, or 3 of your priorities, which is trading Nolan Arenado, then it feels like all you're doing is compounding the failure of the last 2 years. So I think that's where there's frustration coming from, because otherwise it would seem rather ridiculous to take the perspective that Nolan Arenado being on the team, strictly from a baseball standpoint, makes the team weaker.
Right.
But I think fans are, as Hunchback of Vaughn Castle says here, I think the fan base is ready for a fresh start. And what they, quote, built failed. I want to see the new group. So it just depends on what your mindset is. Doug, this is where we have a philosophical difference. Just in general, you were always let's win now, and I love it. I guess I just don't necessarily see it as realistic, but I do get where you're coming from. So it's not like I don't understand it. I get where you're coming from. Mine is, if it's not happening and if the math is such a long shot, then you pivot off of it. But what is so weird in this particular market, I mean, my God, the last 4 world championships in St. Louis, the 1999 Rams, the 2006 Cardinals, the 2011 Cardinals, and the 2019 Blues were all at one point the longest of long shots. And I see one of your questions in here, Jackson, is how different would the Cardinal roster look if it was like the 2004 Cardinals that won the World Series as opposed to the 2006 and 2011 Cardinals? And I do think that there is something that can be said for that, if in fact it's played a role in the mindset of the organization, because 2 world championships under this ownership group came in the form of long shots going into the postseason, or at one point in the case of 2011 basically being dead in the regular season. So you're not necessarily playing to build a monster, you're playing to get in. And that is what who is it, Jerry Dipoto, who's the general manager in Seattle, caught all kinds of hell and still catches hell for saying basically the goal is to win 54% of the games over the next 10 years, because if you look at it, those are the teams that win the World Series, and that pissed off the Mariners fan base. Unfortunately, that's actually backed by math, but God, it's the last thing a fan base wants to hear.
Right. I've talked about it as the Gilded Age of baseball, where you have the top team spending all this money, and then most other teams, pretty much the rest of the league, is like, we'll spend enough to try to get in, and then let's just get hot and win this baby. But yeah, that's not really the most fun way to go into any offseason.
No, but it's reality where a lot of clubs couldn't possibly afford to spend like the Dodgers and the Yankees. Yep. So what are they supposed to do?
Right. Try to get there by getting creative.
Yeah. And when they say that Arenado will open up space for the kids, how many kids? One more player is going to get on the field that isn't on the field now. One more. Maybe Gorman becomes the third baseman instead of the second baseman, and Donovan or Sajaci or somebody else becomes the second baseman. That's all the change you're going to see, because everybody else is pretty much secure in their spot, I think. It's not like they've got 4 guys tearing it up at AAA that are now going to get a shot because Arenado's gone. They're not. One more guy is going to get to play.
I think Doug's point is that if the Cardinals play just a little bit above expectations, wouldn't they have a chance to win the pathetic National League Central? That's from the 618. Yeah, that's something that we've talked about, is the National League Central is the weakest of the divisions, and the Cubs are still a huge favorite to win it, even though their win projection is 86.5. I mean, what does that say?
Yeah.
Team has a win projection of 86.5, and yet they're a substantial favorite to win the division. Tells you about the strength of said division. The Cubs are plus 105, which is basically even money. Cardinals are tied with the Pirates for the longest shot at plus 900.
The Cardinals were almost that good last year. They did win 83 games last year. It's not like the year before when they finished 20 games out and there were 15 games under 500 at times. I forget how many back they finished in 2023. But if it's only going to take 84 or 85 wins, they may be right there.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Especially if he's got his eye back.
I didn't know he lost his eye.
Get involved on the program. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. And we've got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming up at 10:50. Then BK and Ferrario from 11 to 2. The Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can always go back and podcast the show. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast on TMA. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. And there's only one F in this Schaefer. A lot of Schaefers out there, a lot of different spellings. Here is theirs. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
About time to start thinking about getting your lawn in shape, and that means Green Envy is a company you need to know about. They've been in business for St. Louis for more than a decade now, so they do have a track record of success. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our local soil and weather conditions and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products. For Green Envy, no siree, Bob. With all the spring rain we will no doubt get, weeds are going to explode when the temperatures warm up a bit, so now is a time to get ahead of that, and you get no extra service charge for weed touch-up or reapplying weed control after Green Envy services your yard. Crabgrass, also another big problem, again, with the massive amount of moisture we normally get in spring. It's sure to wake up even the oldest crabgrass seeds. Crabgrass can lay dormant under conditions when they're right for about 15 years, so you need to get ahead of that. Their service professionals are commercially licensed applicators and certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. This ensures you have a trained professional working on your property. Their programs have no hidden fees and no contract. Their website is greenenvieslawn.com. The phone number is 636-655-3689. That's greenenvylawns.com.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Our Michelob Ultra Chat is where you can talk it over with other listeners throughout the course of the program. Droid Effects is talking to Walrus King and Tori Holt's Finger and Ryan Crawford and Panther. Yeah, Panther from somewhere under there. What was in there? Jackson, we have that Design Air Heating Cooling email of the day coming up. Jackson announced in the 9 o'clock hour he forgot to take his meds.
Yeah.
This wasn't like a choice. Like, I'm going to see what happens today, and we'll do a little placebo. This was I forgot to, forget about it, we're just going to keep going day.
Yeah.
Will you take them tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the plan.
All right. So the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is at 10:50, then BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. Jackson Burkett has a question for us, Doug, if you will take questions.
Well, okay, if it's a brief one.
Dallas fans have been hit over the head with a massive turn to one of their favorite teams. When Luka got traded and the whole team went down with injury, they had 7 players last night trying to close out a game. It's going rough. What's a good example of a St. Louis franchise having a major downturn during the season when there was high expectations going into it? Where things just torpedo. If there isn't one, that's also.
Oh, I'm sure there have been. I'm just trying to remember it.
I think one that it's pretty obscure, and I'm going back, but we do have a policy on the program that anything from 2000 and going forward is fine. Now, Jackson, you won't remember this. But, Doug, I think as far as expectations go, relative to what was delivered, the 2002 Rams, coming off of 3 straight playoff appearances, starting the season 0-6, was one of the biggest both disappointments and surprises I can remember for a team in St. Louis sports.
Yeah, that was weird because they still had a lot of those great players.
And then they went back and were the best team in the NFC the following year. I guess they wound up with the 2nd seed after losing the final week of the year to Detroit randomly, and the Lions were not the Lions of now. But either way, they were the favorites to advance to the NFC Championship before they lost with Steve Smith of the Baltimore Ravens band beating Jason Sehorn of Angie Harmon fame. And that ended it. But that team, went to the postseason 4 of 5 years, the Super Bowl 2 of 5 years, and was damn good. But the 2002 team just was bad from the start. So that's going back 2 decades. As far as more recent history goes, the 2023 Cardinals were obviously really bad. Their expectations for fans revolved around pitching, and that was a big question mark going into the season, but they weren't expected to be what they were.
Right.
The hopes weren't real high as far as it being at the level of, say, that Rams team. But, yeah, that team, the bottom fell out of it. And what I think frustrated fans big time was they thought that was going to be the problem going in, and sure enough, that was the problem, that is starting pitching.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just coming off that playoff appearance, and you're like, look at the team from next year, like, well, it's not that. I mean, it was Albert, but I mean, geez, what were you expecting to get out of him? And then they have a real albatross. Would the 07 Cardinals fall into this, or is that a different set of circumstances?
No, and the reason for that is the night that they opened up the season in Sunday Night Baseball against the Mets, Chris Carpenter got hurt.
Yeah.
And that's a team that, if you look at the rotation in 2006 World Series, it featured Anthony Reyes, and he wound up pitching for, 14 years in Major League Baseball?
He's in Cooperstown now.
No.
So he just had that one postseason.
Yeah.
You had Jeff Weaver, Weaves, and Chris Carpenter were your main cogs, along with the great Jeff Suppan, the Game 7 wizard.
Yeah.
But they didn't have that to lose. I mean, you lose a guy who's a Cy Young contender when healthy. That's a problem. But they lost him from the get-go, and then that just fell out right away.
Random thought here.
That's part of the deal with the no medication.
That's right. 06, I was locked into that World Series, but I don't remember all the ins and outs. Is there a reason why Reyes got that game once? Did someone get hurt, or were they just...
The World Series started on Saturday, and Suppan had to pitch on Thursday in Game 7.
Yeah.
And that was a battle.
Right.
The Cardinals went to New York and played on Wednesday. I would guess that was a Carpenter start. would be my guess.
I remember it was snowing a little bit in Detroit for that first game.
Because Carpenter started Game 3. That was the only game he pitched of the World Series. So it just times out that way.
Yeah.
So it was Reyes and Weaver in Detroit.
Got it.
And I
Kenny
believe
Rogers.
Anthony Reyes beat Justin Verlander.
Yeah. 2 rookies. I remember it was
that?
like historic because it was 2 rookies
Yep.
for the first time, like starting a Game 1 World Series. Anthony Reyes used to take an iron to his calf to really make sure that it was flat bill.
flat, yeah.
Looked good.
Guys, I would say the 1994 Vipers, the team received new wheels for their skates. So team speed was supposed to be a game changer, and it didn't pan out. That's from a Newt Bowl eligible.
Gosh, I remember that like it was yesterday.
Is that rollerball?
Roller hockey.
Roller hockey. It was weird because they'd be skating and playing real hard. There'd be no noise because the wheels made almost no noise on the floor.
You guys like the movie Rollerball? Jimmy Caan?
Oh, boy, you're going way back now.
1975.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of gratuitous violence, really.
Yeah.
People getting hit in the face with this roller ball that was going 100 miles an hour or whatever it was.
Guys, last year's St. Louis Pickleball squad, the St. Louis Pickle Sniffers, suffered a couple of devastating injuries mid-season. We were a lock to win the championship up until then. That's from the 618.
Mm-hmm. Hamstring and Achilles gets a lot of the old folks in pickleball.
Yep. Yeah, I can imagine that.
What about the 2003 Blues, Doug? Up 3-1 over the Canucks. They got the flu and they lose the series. Then everyone else loses to numbers 6, 7, and 8 seeds advance to the first round.
Well, there's going to be a lot of these where something happened, they didn't win the championship. That happens almost every year with every team.
One could say that the 2024 Missouri football team at College Station was a moment like that where it was like, oh my God.
The bottom dropped out?
Yeah, in like very real time.
Yes. There was a little deep tease with what took place against Vanderbilt.
For sure.
You know?
But you kind of went into that game like...
There was a little deep tease with what took place against Boston College.
Yeah, but I never would have thought that would have happened. Like, that was as bad as it ever I can remember.
So I recall leaving Columbia, Missouri, following the Vanderbilt game, going, they might have to.
Yeah.
They won. It's great. And I took my son to his first Missouri game at Faroe Field, but this might not be what we were hoping it was going to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A little less. It's a little different than the Dallas situation. That's like you blink, and 2 weeks later, your team is in the cellar.
Was Dallas picked to go a long way this year? I know they were in the finals last year.
Playoff run, yeah. They're going to get Luka healthy, and Kyrie was going to be playing well, and
Pickleball's a scourge on this country. Pick up a damn tennis racket, you sads.
Come on.
That's from Big Tough. And you're saying he's having a bad show?
Yeah, that's another bad take. It's good for people to get out there and get active, and tennis is a little bit intensive for some folks, and pickleball is a great way to stay active, have some fun. I don't like the sport, but I'm bad at racket sports.
Why don't you like? Have you played it?
Yeah, and I'm really bad at rackets. I'm bad at racket sports, so I
Okay.
don't enjoy it. But I think it's good for people to get active, and if that pickleball is the way to do it, then God bless.
Mizzou, Norfolk State. Thanks, 314.
That was, but I'm talking about like the season drops out.
Right.
Not just one game, which is how a season's decided in college basketball, so I get the person's
2002 Rams, I feel like if we're going back as our benchmark is 2000, I would feel the most passionate about.
I love that answer.
There maybe was a Blues season, but I don't think so.
Right.
2002, the bottom dropped, or 2020, excuse me, the bottom dropped out, but it didn't have anything to do with the team. It was just a brutal set of circumstances.
External factors.
5 years ago on Wednesday is the day sports shut down. I always look at March 12th, 2020 as the day that everything started with COVID. And I believe it was the NBA that just randomly shut down an Oklahoma City-Utah game, I think.
During the game,
and sent everybody home.
Yep. Everyone was like, what's going on?
I was watching this interview with Gary Bettman this weekend, and he said, I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience watching the NBA shut down, and then 12 hours later, we shut down our game.
Yeah. Devin Booker was playing video games live on Twitch or something, and someone like he was playing with was like, oh, D-Book, season's over. And he's like, yeah, they might call it soon. They're like, no, they just announced that the season's been suspended. You can hear it in real time. He's like, what's going on?
Who was the player that kind of jokingly was
Rudy
touching the
Gobert.
microphones?
Yes. And then he was the one who had to leave with illness. Right?
Yeah, Rudy Gobert.
He gave it to the people that he walked up to.
Him and Donovan Mitchell kind of had a falling out after that, and then Mitchell would end up going to Cleveland. And Rudy Gobert now in Minnesota, as you know, Chairman.
Yeah.
The Eiffel Tower.
And what a season for the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell.
I looked it up. The Mavericks had the sixth
best odds
going into the preseason to win the title.
Yeah, and now they likely won't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Bottom dropped out of the Blues season after the Garth Butcher trade. You bitches. That's from the 314. And Doug, they're not happy that you didn't bring up the Garth Butcher trade.
Well, that was a big one. When the Blues were humming along just fine.
What year would this have been?
I'm going to go 90.
It was early. It was a while
92?
ago. That's about that.
91,
I don't know the years, Tim.
It
was like a 6-player trade. The Blues were humming along really good and traded away 3 players or so.
But you had been doing sports talk radio for years, and you're like, Stefan Matteau.
Yeah.
Tozy. What would be Garth Butler? What was his name?
Butcher.
Butchie. It'd be Butchie. Because it seems like he already has a hockey
Butcher
name. Like anytime a guy has an EY or an ER at the end, it's like they already have a hockey name.
Yeah. They call him Butchie.
Butchie. Okay, that makes sense.
Doug, 1991.
Okay.
In 1991, the St. Louis Blues won the trade that actually gutted the team. I'm reading from bleedinblue.com.
Well, how can you win a trade that guts the team?
Well, if it's a hockey trade.
They're all hockey trades.
Do you remember who they got rid of in that trade, Doug?
Cliff Ronning, I think, was one of them.
Yeah.
Jeff Courtnall.
I think Jeff Courtnall was another one.
SM.
Super Mario.
Stefan Matteau.
Nope.
Sergio Mamesa.
Mm-hmm. And then a fourth guy I've never heard of, RD.
Did they get rid of RD? Robert Dirk?
Yeah.
Yes. Nicely done. Mm-hmm. Pickleball is fast becoming the scourge of planned retirement communities, but not for the reason the previous texter mentioned. It's a noise nuisance, as the pitch of the dink when the ball hits the paddle is a proven irritant to human hearing abilities. There are lawsuits all over by peeps trying to stop courts being erected near them. I'm not making this up. That's Sharon and Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
It's true. I think I've heard that at Greenbrier and Kirkwood. The neighbors are fighting it. Yeah. Neighbors are fighting.
It's a known irritant. So, like, for me, a television commercial with the alarm goes off. I make an immediate decision. I will not support that business under any circumstances, and that could be OnlyFans, too.
All right.
So I don't pick and choose just based on my favorites. The Voya spot, I'm out. I don't know what they do, but they get me right away, and I'm out. I'm out on them. And I guess pickleball, according to Sharon Clayton, is right there with Voya and the alarm.
So people are...
These are human audible irritants, per Sharon and Clayton.
People are getting legal ramification because they don't like the sound of a wiffle ball hitting a...
There actually are... There was a Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel's story on this.
Wow.
This is a real thing.
Oh, I get it. Hey, but I don't know.
Well, can they fix that somehow? Play with a slightly different ball, a more cushiony ball?
I would suggest someone pull themselves up by their bootstraps and maybe, ignore the pickleball. I mean, how loud is it?
I guess it would only be a problem.
Disputing people.
Like if you live next door to a country club or someplace, a club that installed a bunch of pickleball courts, and you heard it all day and all night long, it could drive you nuts, I would think.
I guess. I'm not disputing that people are taking legal action or complaining about it or find it annoying. I just find that odd. Like, how loud can it be?
Guys, pickleball is popular because we as a society got too fat for tennis. Thanks. That's from the Hunchback of Uncat. Is that the reason? Is there a correlation?
Well, it's kind of a sport for older folks that can't run around a tennis court all day. I don't know that it was made to be that, but that's what it's evolved into.
Yeah.
It's a good sport if you're not a very good tennis player and you don't want to run half a mile.
Yeah.
Or more.
I'm with you.
It's easy to learn. You can play the first day you show. It's kind of like what racquetball was in the 70s.
You know my buddy Herb? He's sick. He's sick at pickleball. Like, he's sick.
Do you think if you would have taken your medication, you would have shared that story?
Yeah, 100%.
Do you really?
Yeah. Anytime I can shout out my boy Herb.
You've always said he's big into the racket sports.
He's just unbelievable at pickleball.
Your thoughts on Jackson's buddies Herb's game at pickleball and racket sports in general?
Yeah, if you play pickleball, Herb will take your lunch money.
I'm
telling you that right now. Absolutely.
Okay.
He's sick.
I don't want to lose my lunch money.
Yeah, damn right. Don't play Herb then.
Well, is he playing older people or people his age?
His age. But if you're older and start talking sideways, he'll beat your ass just like Ditka.
Is it hard for him to move around with what he's got going on?
You would think, but I would actually think it centers him. Sick balance.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming your way here in a matter of moments. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Little conference championship action here on 101 this evening as we have the Southern Championship right here on 101 ESPN. They'll tip off at 6 p.m. As another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today coming your way here in the final segment of today's TMA, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Always grateful to the audience for supporting the sponsors over the 21 years the show's been around. Mentality has been with us for the last 3 years, and we recommend checking them out, especially if you're feeling low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, irritable. These are symptoms of low testosterone, and Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Mentality says, here is what you can do in 2025. Get control back. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Doug, are you ready for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
I think so.
Here we go. JV golf coach has the lead with 2 wins. Kermit the Bong with the win. Misty Plops with a win. And the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom with a win. Buck Swope being shut out. Is he having a bad month, or what do you think's going on?
He may still come in with one lead.
He could still.
Sometimes he'll sneak into the back door.
Turtle heads. You ever notice Cardinals favorites and other St. Louis sports favorites are similar? A few examples. Willie McGee and Chris Pronger, separated at birth. Joaquin Adahar and Kurt Warner, brothers from another mother?
I don't think so.
Tony La Russa and Red Shane-Needs, a couple lovable, mellow dudes, and the list goes on. Thanks for the concept, Jacko. That's from Marshall's sister. Her name is Amanda, and then her last name is Falk.
Marshall's sister.
Boy, that email stunk.
Her name
Chairman,
is
am I in the filtered file?
I did. The
That
3
one
that
made
came
it?
in went through today. I deleted none. I filtered none. This is what we got.
Guess I got to give out $20 on my Venmo again. Hello, gentlemen.
All right, now we're picking up.
This Monday morning has gotten off to a fiery start. It all started when I woke up at 4:30, kissed my husband's bin goodbye, and headed to my Orange Theory class, where I got to see Doug in his Argyle leotard. You have an Argyle leotard?
So?
His cheeks made an appearance, but I felt bad for his root and stem, as that thing was thangin'. As Jackson would say, this year's ass in last year's leotard.
It's true. Argyle, nonetheless.
Afterwards, Doug used my noggin as a thigh master.
Okay. That's about enough.
I split to Old Warson for bridge with Beth and the gang. Beth is great and all, but I felt terrible because her husband took a Han bomb out of my crack on Saturday. And that's not where it ended. He buttered my biscuit in the pool house.
Okay.
As my 46 wasted husband crushed Arby's.
Lost a little weight.
46 wasted husband.
Oh, man. Doug, when was the last time you had your biscuit buttered?
I don't care for butter.
Any hoodles, how are you guys? Will you guys please buy some needlepoint cummerbunds for Plowsy's wedding? Seriously, please. Here is a sneak preview of what they would look like, and then it's a cummerbund, but with TMA monogrammed on it.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Now, if you have a friend in the cuckold business, now you have a friend in the cuckold business. Isn't that a take on a different...
Now you have a friend in the diamond business.
That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues weren't afraid to pet the cat the wrong way as they grinded out 5 of 6 points in SoCal. Roman Burkett had another clean sheet, saving all 8 shots on goal as the Doggies picked up their first win of the season, 3-0 over the reigning MLS Cup champion LA Galaxy. SIUE may have been just one of 4 teams to lose to Doug Gottlieb's Green Bay squad this season, but the Cougars are going to the tournament, even if it's a play-in game at Dayton, for the right to play the number 1 overall seed and a first-round plopper. Sad Panda wants to know what happened to Dave in St. Peter's while Libby Jack, who is off his ADD meds, seems disinterested in reconciling 3 years' worth of texter name changes. But I think the lead is that Libby Jack was in attendance for senior day at Mizzou Arena, not with his lady, but with a mysterious gentleman who he refuses to name. And he was so shook by the Tigers dropping their third straight that he skipped the postgame ceremony and presumably ran straight to this other gentleman's bed so he could cry himself to sleep face down in one of his mystery thriller beach novels by mid-40s British women.
True.
With opening day 17 days away, the Cardinals' lame duck GM is still failing in his remedial task of dumping payroll. While Bob Nightingale wrote a puff piece pumping the tires of Albert Pujols' prospects as an MLB manager. The Cardinals would seem like a natural fit, but they might be hesitant to hire another former star player as a coach/manager, considering Matt Holliday quit as soon as he got there and Yadier Molina hasn't shown up yet. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the only question left to answer is what you got.
Buck was pretty good, but I'm going to go with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Yeah, it was a slam dunk today. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has taken the lead, tied now with the JV golf coach and Buck Swope getting shut out in March. Boy, that is unheard of, isn't it?
Well, you don't want to get shut out of your home if it's too cold or too hot because your furnace or air conditioning aren't working right. That's for sure. So who do you call? You call Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's the name you need to remember if you ever have a problem or you just want to tune up or you need new equipment completely. Design Air Heating and Cooling is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldkamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and they're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. They will never upsell you. You don't have to worry about that. They're only going to give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You're saying, what's the website? Here it is, designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email today. BK and Ferrari are coming up next. Miss anything? You can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or just go back and watch on YouTube on the TMA STL channel. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.